Chapter 1121. The Blue Demon Abyss was a very special place. It was located in an extremely famous Great Rift Valley in the northern region, where blue mist often floated up. This place was very famous, and few people dared to approach it because they could easily lose their lives. For cultivators, it was a bad place, and they would often lose their way and die. Everyone knew that the northern region was vast and boundless. Standing on the ground and looking forward, it was boundless, barren, and desolate. And approaching here, this feeling would be 10 times stronger. This abyss was broken very neatly, as if a deity's axe had fallen, splitting the earth into two, straight up and down, thousands of miles into the ground. When approaching here, one could see white bones lying in disarray, like a white rock. The corpses had been accumulated for thousands of years, and many had long been weathered into bone powder. Desolate, desolate, terrifying, and strange were the main themes of this place. For so many years, it was unknown how many creatures had died here, and the snow-white bones were a shocking sight. A space gate appeared above the Scarlet Land, and Yi Fan, the old saint of Qishir Manor, and Guy Jiuyo walked out and appeared above the Blue Demon Abyss. This place is just like the rumors, it has a great impact on the spirit of cultivators. As soon as I approach here, my spirit becomes somewhat unstable and wants to rush out of the flesh shell, Yi Fan said to himself with a frown. Any creature that entered this place would lose control of their soul, leaving the shackles of the flesh shell and sinking into the Blue Demon Abyss. There were countless bones on the ground, and it was a vast expanse of whiteness, turning into a sea of bones left behind by the long years. All the creatures died the same way, losing their spirit, leaving only their flesh, and slowly decaying here. The blue demon race below has already awakened for many years. The reason why this place has become a dangerous place is because of them. They are the ones who consume the spirit power of the creatures, the old master of Qishir Manor said. It was also because of this that the blue demon race's fierce name spread far and wide. They established a kingdom of death, and absorbing spirits was no different from eating humans. It was very harmful to the weak races, so even many ancient races resisted them. Although Yi Fan was a little affected, it was not a big problem. The small golden person in the space between his eyebrows stepped out on its own, opened its mouth, and let out a long roar. It used the swastika heavenly sound, shaking the entire abyss and scattering the blue mist. Someone is waiting for me below, but it doesn't matter, Guy Jiuyo said. Yi Fan and the old master's hearts trembled. Powerful figures from the ancient races must have appeared. After all, they had killed the ancient saints of the Stone Race, Blue Ghost Race, Violet Electric Race, and Divine Will Race. They must have alarmed some powerful old monsters who wanted to stop them. At this moment, forget about Eastern Wasteland and Central Province, even the cultivators in the Eastern Sea heard these rumors. It was because the matter was just too great. A matchless expert of the human race took action, wiping out the saints of the 4 great king clans in succession. Not a single one escaped, all of them turned into flying ashes, shaking heaven and earth. Guy Jiuyo's name had already resounded throughout the world 8,000 years ago, and everyone in the world knew of him. After so many years of silence, he had once again risen to prominence, and he was even able to kill ancient sages with a single move. Who wouldn't fear him? That day, all of the ancient clans in the north region were terrified, not even daring to breathe loudly. Everyone was in danger, fearing that a great disaster would fall on their heads, and all of them were terrified. Astral winds whistled, and blue mist surged. Large amounts of mist rushed up from the bottom of this abyss, drawing out one's primordial spirit, wanting to leave the body. After descending for 1,000 li, a great lake appeared at the bottom of the Great Rift Valley. It was like a sea, boundlessly large, water vapor lingering about, and clear and crystalline waves. It wasn't that dim here. There were stalks of demon flowers in the water, all of them blue, flickering with brilliance, making this place flicker indeterminately. The mist was precisely emitted by them. There was a giant cave on the shore of the Great Lake, and inside was a bright world that led to the Blue Devil race's residence. That was the true Devil's Nest. Not good, the human race's Guy Jiuyo has really come. A great disaster is imminent, Guy Wudi has arrived. When the group of ancient clans guarding the cave saw the three descend, they all cried out in alarm, quickly sending a message inside. Their expressions were terrified, and they were trembling with fear. This group of people was covered in blue scales, and they looked very fierce. However, at this moment, they were like weak and pitiful sheep in front of a lion king, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Guy Jiuyo stepped onto the shore, stepped on the white jade stairs, and walked into the ancient cave step by step. Yi Fan and the old master of Qishir Manor followed closely behind. Only the old man in front of them could even break into the ancient royal lair. He completely ignored the Dao patterns and killing formations laid down by the ancient sages. Any killing divine patterns would become chaotic marks under Guy Jiuyo's feet and wouldn't have any effect. Among them, the divine will race's formation was the most terrifying, but in the end, it directly collapsed and couldn't do anything to the three of them. Guy Jiuyo stepped into the 10,000 zhang black hole. Supreme human race has graced my blue devil abyss with your presence. What noble purpose do you have? This was a vast underground world. Light and fire flickered, and one could vaguely see an ancient giant city in the distance, shrouded in blue mist. The ancient city built in the underground world had existed since ancient times. This was the habitat of the Blue Devil race, and generation after generation of vicious demon kings had been born here. I'm here to reason with you. Guy Jiuyo's steps were steady, and with every step, there were Dao patterns on the ground that collapsed. Many of the patterns were damaged and turned into powder. The old saint of Qishir Manor's expression changed, and he said in a low voice, "This is an ancient killing formation that was perfected by many ancient sages generation after generation. Even a saint might die in it and can't go far." Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil. Such terrifying ancient formations were all broken inch by inch under Guy Jiuyo's feet. How profound was his cultivation to destroy the formation so easily and directly? Daoist Guy, you came to reason with my race. Why did you damage the protective formation? What's the meaning of this? A majestic figure appeared on the ancient giant city and looked over. His eyes were like two bolts of lightning. If I want to reason with you with my fists, I naturally have to fight. Haven't you all been like this all these years? Sweep the world with battle and reason with martial arts, Guy Jiuyo said. The ancient city in front of them was silent. The people on the city walls felt a majestic aura rushing over, and their bodies trembled. Senior Guy, you killed the ancient sages of the four great races in one day. Do you want to turn the northern region upside down and kill all the ancient races? The person on the city wall asked loudly. All races coexist, and all races are equal. Originally, we could have coexisted peacefully, but you all have gone too far. The old saint of Qishir Manor looked forward and said, "You all ignore the convention of the myriad races and have been running amok and killing all these years." This time, the 7 sages came out one after another and broke into the important land of the human race. You do whatever you want. Do you want to destroy our race? There's some misunderstanding, the Blue Demon clan lord said as he stood on the ancient city. Misunderstanding? Your 10 great royal families issued a kill order for me and sent 7 ancient sages to the central plains to kill me. What a big misunderstanding this is, Yi Fan said coldly. On the ancient giant city, the Blue Demon clan lord's expression was cold. He ignored Yi Fan's words. Usually, no one below the saint level dared to disrespect him. This was because the Blue Demon clan was not only one of the 10 great primordial races, but also one of the 10 strongest royal families apart from the royal family. They had an extremely deep foundation and had once produced the great sage. Moreover, the Blue Demon clan lord of this generation was a peerless genius known as the Blue Demon Heavenly King. He had walked very far on the road of proving his Tao and was only one step away from becoming the great sage. It could be said that this person was amazing and his combat strength was terrifying. He far surpassed many ancient kings and was ranked at the top of the world of experts. You have gone too far. You have been unscrupulous for so many years. How far do you want to go? Do you want to completely destroy the human race? Yi Fan continued. The Blue Demon clan lord still did not speak. He relied on his status and did not look at Yi Fan. He only looked at Gai Jiuyo and the old saint of the unique warrior palace. Why are you not speaking? Senior Guy came here to talk to you about the great principles between the human race and the ancient race, and also to demand an explanation for Yi Fan, the old saint of the unique warrior palace said. Perhaps we have done something wrong, but the 7 ancient sages have all died in the Central Plains. The anger of the human race should have subsided by now, right? The Blue Demon clan lord said. Not enough. There are only a few of you. If we don't kill all the ancient sages of the 10 great kings, how can the storm be quelled? Gai Jiuyo said. He had been peerless 8,000 years ago, and his words could not be disobeyed. Now that he had made such a decision, his determination could not be changed. Boom! A monstrous domain spread out, and Gai Jiuyo arrived in front of the ancient city in a single step. The Blue Demon clan lord's face was snow white, and all the bones in his body were broken. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and was sent flying thousands of meters away. His heart was aghast. He was only one step away from becoming a great sage, but in front of this sickly old man, he couldn't even be compared to a scarecrow. The monstrous might brought about by a single step was actually so terrifying. You ignored Yi Fan, thinking that your status is very noble? But if you compare yourself to Senior Guy, what can you rely on? The old saint of the unique warrior palace sneered. In the ancient city, there was a giant tree that towered into the sky. Its branches and leaves were luxuriant, and it was rooted in the center of the city. It flickered with blue light and lingered in the air, making people's primordial spirits want to fly out. This was the Blue Demon ancient tree. It could swallow the primordial spirits of all living beings in the world and turn them into the most primordial essence energy for the cultivation of the Blue Demon clan. It was the foundation of their clan's prosperity. At this time, 2 figures flew out and blocked the Blue Demon clan lord, who had been sent flying. They transformed into 2 balls of divine radiance and continuously patted his body thousands of times. The bones all over the Blue Demon clan lord's body creaked, and his primordial spirit emitted light. He was originally about to break inch by inch, but now that he had received help, his injuries were finally stabilized. He, the Blue Demon clan lord, was incomparably terrified. If it weren't for these 2 people, he would most likely have died. At this moment, all his hopes turned to dust, and a chill ran down his spine. He was known as a peerless genius and had great hopes of becoming the great sage. But this person had only taken a single step, and just that aura alone had almost crushed him to pieces. This was a gargantuan disparity. Just a moment ago, he clearly felt an invincible will, one that even the great sage couldn't compare to. That wisp of aura had only been sensed when he had an audience with the Emperor of Fighting in the past. This person clearly had the hope of proving the Tao. The 2 people who flew over from the Blue Demon ancient tree shone with eternal brilliance. Both of them looked at Gai Jiuyo as if they were facing a great enemy. Brother Gai, didn't we have an agreement not to take action? Why can't you sit still? The one who spoke was actually the great sage Hunchuo. He had come to stop Gai Jiuyo. Isn't this a bit too much? You should know that in this world, you might not necessarily be the supreme being. No one dares to say that they are invincible. Who knows, an old senior might jump out from my ancient race, the Golden King said with a cold expression. His entire body was shrouded in golden brilliance. The appearance of the ancient race's great sage would inevitably cause a great storm that would sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Is that so? If there really is one, I'm very happy to see him come out. After so many years, it's really lonely. Gai Jiuyo let out a long sigh. Chapter 1122. The golden pupils of the Golden King contracted as he stared at Guy Jiuyo. He felt that the old man in front of him was somewhat unfathomable, which made him horrified. Brother Guy's cultivation is comparable to the legendary supreme existence. I admire you. You can be said to be world-shaking. Unfortunately, you were born in the wrong era. Great Sage Hunchuo said with a smile. Yi Fan and the odd warrior Manor's old Manor Lord both felt uneasy in their hearts. The supreme ancient immortal realms was a flourishing great era where all races coexisted. Now, they all appeared at the same time. Maybe there really were old seniors who surpassed the great sage realm. These two great sage were most likely not speaking without thinking. Was this an invisible deterrent? If there was an old senior mentioned by the great sage, then the world would really change. Guy Jiuyo sighed and said, I'm old and useless. I just want to see the ancient race's peerless existence. I wonder if you two can introduce me? As soon as this was said, Yi Fan and the old sage of the Qishir mansion felt a chill in their hearts. Could it be that the ancient race really had such a supreme being? Guy Jiuyo sensed something. Great Sage Hunchuo didn't speak, while the Golden King looked indifferent and didn't speak immediately. The scene quieted down, and the atmosphere was somewhat solemn. Guy Jiuyo, I admit that you are very strong, but can you last in your current state? I believe I can fight with you. After a long time, the Golden King said. You only came with 2 incarnations? Guy Jiuyo said casually. Behind them, the Blue Demon clan master was shocked. It was obvious that the 2 great sage of the ancient race were also incomparably afraid of him. They didn't come with their real bodies, but only came with their incarnations to test the waters. Yi Fan opened his heavenly eyes. Earlier, he couldn't see any difference because these 2 incarnations were also very powerful and not much weaker than the real body. The ancient city under the Blue Demon abyss was magnificent. In the center, there was an ancient tree that reached to the sky. It shone with blue crystal luster and was surrounded by ribbon-shaped mist that spread in all directions. Great Sage Hunchuo and the Golden King stood on the city gate, blocking Guy Jiuyo. At this time, the Golden King's words made the atmosphere extremely tense. Is that so? Why don't we spar? Guy Jiuyo said. Many people in the Gu clan thought that Guy Jiuyo's bloodline had dried up. Sometimes, bullying the human clan was a form of probing. Now that Guy Jiuyo had made his move, it overturned many people's understanding. Golden King was not sure. His golden pupils shot out 2 sparkling divine brilliance, trying to penetrate everything inside the sickly old man's body. Brother Guy, shouldn't you stop after killing the ancient saints of the 4 great royal clans? If you continue, it won't be beneficial to anyone. The enmity should be resolved. No, it should be deepened, Great Sage Hunchuo said. All these years, I've witnessed everything that has happened. Time and time again, the ancient race has been getting more and more overboard. They're getting worse and worse. Can you resolve this? Guy Jiuyo asked calmly. I believe that this type of thing will rarely happen in the future. The immortalization road is about to open, and even the ancient saints have to make preparations. I believe that there will be a period of peace. Hunta said. Once the immortalization road opens, the world will be in chaos. The flames of war will reach the heavens. Now, even the Gu clan can't restrain themselves and maintain peace. When that day comes, you can imagine what will happen. Guy Jiuyo shook his head. Brother Guy, are you really going to start a massacre today and exterminate the 10 ancient saints? Great Sage Hunchuo asked in a low voice. That's right. Not a single one can be left. These 10 races have gone too far. This is no longer the immemorial era. They still want to eat the flesh and blood of the human clan. They yell angrily and treat us as slaves. What they've done is enough to exterminate the entire race, Guy Jiuyo said. Brother Guy, I admit that your magic power is unparalleled, but don't think that no one can keep you in check, even if you recover to your peak. Great Sage Hunchuo said. Gai Jiuyo smiled. This time, he didn't say anything. Golden King said coldly, Gai Jiuyo, you've gone too far. How can you understand the methods of the ancient emperor? As long as you haven't proven your Tao, you'll never be able to compare. After such a long period of time, you've already missed the age to prove your Tao. You're too old. It's too unrealistic to rely on your own strength to suppress the 10,000 races. There's no point in saying this. Do you too want to stop me? Gai Jiuyo said. Great Sage Hunchuo said, Brother Gai, let me seriously remind you that in such a great era, it's not a miracle for one or two unparalleled old seniors to appear. If a quasi-emperor appears, Gai Jiuyo, even if you recover to your peak state, you most likely won't be able to handle it. Golden King said coldly. Gai Jiuyo didn't say anything else. He took a step forward, and a monstrous aura rushed up. The Blue Devil clan master in the city screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was full of fear. He was only one step away from becoming the great sage, but now he was as weak as an ant. Under this kind of aura, he could collapse at any time and turn his body and soul into ashes. One had to know that the other party hadn't really made a move. It was just a tyrannical aura rushing over. Gai Jiuyo, you've gone too far. Do you really want to slaughter the Blue Devil clan's ancient saint in front of us? Golden King shouted. His expression was ashen as he produced streaks of golden light to dissolve the earth-shattering aura. Brother Gai, please be lenient. Great Sage Hunchuo also said and took a step forward. I can't be lenient. All the ancient saints of the 10 clans must be eliminated. Not a single one can be spared, Gai Jiuyo said firmly. He continued to walk forward and wanted to pass between the two great sage. The divine might was vast and mighty. The entire huge ancient city began to sway. The branches and leaves of the blue ancient tree in the distance swayed and rustled. Blue light soared into the sky. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Gai Jiuyo might make a move against the great sage. The experts of the Blue Devil clan were about to stop breathing because this would determine their fate. I'm here. I won't allow you to kill the ancient saints of this clan, especially him. Golden King said, pointing at the Blue Devil clan master. The Blue Devil clan master had a chance of becoming the great sage. He was an extraordinary existence, and every time he visited him, he would perform the etiquette of a disciple. Is that so? Then try and stop me. Today, I will be the first to kill him, Gai Jiuyo said with a calm expression. He continued to walk forward. Golden King's expression was cold as he moved forward to stop him. However, Gai Jiuyo was like an immortal moving and passed him calmly. Golden King's supreme great Tao marks were ineffective and couldn't be stopped. Chi. Gai Jiuyo calmly made a move. He pointed out with a finger, and light flew up and shot forward. Ah, the Blue Devil clan master cried out. Someone as powerful as him could pluck down stars, but at this time, he couldn't move at all. He couldn't avoid that brilliant finger radiance and his forehead was instantly penetrated. He let out a mournful roar. Pooh! Blood splashed everywhere, turning into a rain of blood. Most of it was blue. A magnificent peerless genius of a generation died a violent death just like that. All of this seemed incomparably simple. Gai Jiuyo didn't seem to use much strength to eliminate the Blue Devil clan master. Gai Jiuyo! Golden King roared, his golden pupils shooting out dazzling light. Don't be impulsive. You are not his opponent, Great Sage Hunchuo said with a frown. Golden King said, it's fine. It's just an incarnation. So what if I give it up? Let me test his actual strength and see if he's bluffing. Gai Jiuyo entered the city and flew directly toward the Blue Devil ancient tree. He wanted to enter the race's most important place and kill the ancient saint who was in seclusion. Not good, even the two great sage can't stop him. What should we do? If we had known earlier, we would have run for our lives. There were two ancient kings on the ancient tree with extraordinary magic power. However, at this time, their faces were snow-white and couldn't resist Gai Jiuyo in the slightest. Gai Jiuyo, you are too strong. If you attack these two, don't regret it. Golden King roared. Are you threatening me? Gai Jiuyo turned around with a cold gaze. Then, his large hand covered the ancient tree and grabbed forward. Paramount Great Sage, please save us, the two ancient saints of the Blue Devil race cried out. They couldn't dodge, and this place was sealed. Meanwhile, the other clansmen trembled and couldn't help but fall to the ground. Their eyes were full of fear. Thinking back to the ancient times, they ate the flesh and blood of the human race and enslaved them in every way possible. They had never thought that a supreme being would appear in this race, and now, he could kill their ancient kings as easily as slaughtering dogs. Without any suspense, the two ancient saints on the Blue Devil tree turned into a mist of blood. Their divine souls were shattered inch by inch, and they were erased from the world. Gai Jiuyo. Golden King was furious. He unleashed world-shaking methods and charged forward. The ancient emperor's matchless divine technique, the Golden Divine Treasure, was opened. Golden bells, simple and unadorned divine pagodas, sharp golden divine swords, and large cauldrons shone brilliantly. They rushed out from a golden kingdom that belonged to weapons and flew toward Gai Jiuyo. The great sage's attack was enough to flatten this underground world. However, in the face of such a violent attack, Gai Jiuyo didn't do much. He simply dodged the attacks of thousands of golden weapons and arrived in front of Golden King. What? Even Hunchuo Great Sage was astonished. It was too fast. Just a moment ago, he sensed strands of the supreme aura that the sacred battle sovereign had given him back then. Boom! Gai Jiuyo flipped his palm forward, and the world of the Golden Divine Treasure collapsed, turning into a storm of energy that was enough to destroy half of the northern region. However, with a stroke of his palm, all the light gathered in the center of his palm, and the power of the Great Sage, which could shatter ancient stars, was annihilated in his palm. Then, his right arm shook and slashed down toward Golden King. Instantly, Golden King screamed, and the golden light on his body instantly dimmed. Brother Gai, have mercy! Great Sage Hunchuo shouted. Gai Jiuyo ignored him. His palm pressed down, and with another shake, the luster on Golden King's body completely disappeared. He howled in pain, and his golden hair fluttered in the wind. He couldn't resist the rough hand. Bang! Gai Jiuyo's expression was cold. He took a step forward and ruthlessly slashed down with his rough hand. The sound of the golden path being destroyed was deafening. Pfft! The Golden Great Sage screamed miserably. His whole body was covered in blood, and then his body collapsed into pieces. He was slaughtered here. Gai Jiuyo didn't use much magic power, and he looked very calm. After 3 shakes, the Golden Great Sage shattered into hundreds of pieces, turning into a rain of light that disappeared into the heaven and earth. Gai Jiuyo, I'm not finished with you. In a pure land in the northern region, golden light shone brightly, and an angry roar resounded through the mountains and rivers. This was the important place of the far ancient imperial clan, the Golden Cave. The true body of the Great Sage of Gold opened his eyes in the ancient cave. His golden pupils burned with 2 torch-like brilliance. He suddenly stood up and took out the supreme treasure of his race, the Golden Swordbreaker, an ancient imperial weapon of the Great Path. In the next moment, he rushed up from the golden cave and tore through the void. He shouted, I don't believe you can defy the heavens. Let's see how you fight against the ancient imperial weapon. The sound was like thunder, shaking the mountains and rivers, and many mountains collapsed. The heroes of the northern region were shocked. The Golden Great Sage had gone crazy. Chapter 1123. Beneath the Blue Devil Abyss, within the grand ancient city, the great sage Hunchuo was expressionless. He remained silent for a long time before tearing open space and leaving. Guy Jiuyo didn't stop him. Unless they started an all-out war with the ancient race, killing the incarnation of the great sage who had always liked to act as a peacemaker would affect many people's nerves. The Blue Devil race was trembling with fear. The two great sages had already retreated and couldn't stop the human race's supreme being. Moreover, their clan lord and two ancestral kings had also been killed, so how were they going to resist? The enormous Blue Devil ancient city was so quiet that one could hear the sound of a needle falling. Yi Fan and the old saint of the Odd Warrior Manor had also entered. They only had one goal, and that was to destroy the ancient tree at the center of the city. This was the foundation of the Blue Devil race. Through it, they could devour the primordial spirits of other races' cultivators and gather the power of the earth, releasing a mysterious blue mist for their cultivation. The old saint of the Odd Warrior Manor took action. His right hand turned into a large silver tablet with flickering symbols on it. It was powerful and ferocious as it struck the ancient tree. Pung! The giant tree swayed, and the blue leaves rustled. Light flowed out, and every leaf was sparkling and translucent like sapphires. They emitted waves of divine might. It wasn't damaged at all. Its body was bold and vigorous, and its branches and leaves were luxuriant. All types of blue light shot out, and its entire body was like a blue jade sculpture. Yi Fan was astonished. Even an ancient saint's attack couldn't break this giant tree. This was too miraculous. Perhaps even the moon would explode if the old palace master's attack were to land on it. You have some skill. The old saint took action again. The symbols on the silver tablet became resplendent, and the power increased. The ancient tree was still undamaged even after 8 consecutive attacks. The entire ancient city trembled, and the leaves overflowed with multicolored light. This is even harder than ordinary holy weapons. How unexpected. This tree is so hard to break. What kind of background does it have? The old palace master of the Odd Warrior Manor was astonished. Yi Fan captured a Blue Devil race commander at the Dao Severing Realm and searched his sea of consciousness. He was immediately shocked as he learned of this tree's origins. This is equivalent to one of the great sage's weapons. What? No wonder the Undying was able to endure my power. The old palace master's eyes shone. He began to view this ancient tree in a different light, preparing to dig it up. This is an evil tree. Yi Fan reminded. In the history of the Blue Devil race, a great sage had appeared. This was something that all the ancient races knew. He was extremely powerful, and during the era when the ancient emperor passed away, he had once reigned supreme under the heavens. This great sage had previously visited outer space. It was unknown where he obtained this ancient tree from. It was indestructible and innately tough. When used as a weapon, it was always successful. The blue light it released could cut down one's primordial spirit. It was equivalent to the great sage, level spirit tree nurtured by heaven and earth. Some people said that the great sage of the Blue Devil race had mistakenly entered a chaotic land and dug out a blue seedling. After a long period of nurturing, it grew into an evil weapon. Boom! Guy Jiuyo took action. A coarse large hand covered in the marks of time grabbed the tree trunk, directly uprooting this ancient tree, releasing the cry of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, blue light danced about, as if blue stars were falling from outer space. They wreaked havoc on the earth, simply about to make the earth collapse. If such terrifying energy completely erupted, it would be enough to make a small half of the northern region sink in. This was because this was equivalent to the attack of a great sage's weapon. However, Guy Jiuyo naturally wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. His palm flickered, gathering all of the blue light over, turning the berserk into calm. This is a strange heavenly wood that takes root in the primordial chaos. It can be said to be a rare divine material. Someone found it and refined it into an evil tree that specializes in devouring one's primordial spirit. Guy Jiuyo confirmed that this was indeed a rare and precious tree. It couldn't compare to the Enlightenment tea tree, but it was still enough to forge a great sage's weapon. If carefully nurtured, it could even be refined into a quasi-emperor divine weapon. It was priceless. Swoosh! With a swipe of his hand, this ancient tree immediately released tens of thousands of mournful howls. Faces appeared one after another between its leaves, most of them humans, but there were also other sinister races. They were all formed from blue light, roaring malevolently. He shook it forcefully, and the entire ancient tree became much dimmer. All of the faces disappeared. Those were the primordial spirit imprints of the cultivators it had devoured over the countless years. Guy Jiuyo opened his mouth and let out a clear whistle, spitting out a waterfall-like divine light that cleansed the ancient tree thousands of times, removing all impurities, making it translucent blue without any flaws. He erased all of the imprints in the evil tree, returning it to its origin. The blue light was not as bright as before, but it was clear and pure. This is a kind of heavenly wood that was born in the primordial chaos. Using the method of devouring primordial spirits to nurture it shows its evil nature. If you use original essence, divine power, and other things to nurture it, it will be a different appearance. The key is how you use it, Guy Jiuyo said. It was as if he had just refined this ancient tree. In the end, he opened his mouth, and the giant tree that was like a blue crystal shrunk and entered his mouth. Then, his entire body blossomed with divine splendor. With the heavenly eye, he could clearly see that inside his body, a sparkling and translucent tree had taken root and grown. Its branches extended to every inch of his flesh. "Senior, this is..." Yi Fan was astonished. "My blood energy is no longer abundant, so it coexists with it. It draws upon the essence of heaven and earth to fill this body with vitality," Guy Jiuyo said. "Congratulations, Senior, for obtaining a wonderful tree," the old master of the extraordinary warrior manner said. For the current Guy Jiuyo, this was indeed a precious tree. It could alleviate the problem of his blood energy drying up and allow him to support himself for a period of time. After all, this was a strange tree that had taken root in the primordial chaos. After the three of them left, the Blue Devil race didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Even though their race's #1 sacred object, the Blue Devil ancient tree, was taken away, no one dared to make a sound. "I think there will be someone waiting for us with an ancient imperial weapon," Guy Jiuyo said. At this time, it was as if the northern region had experienced a violent storm. It was difficult for all places to calm down. The world of cultivators was filled with lightning and thunder, and the hearts of people were in turmoil. Guy Jiuyo took action powerfully and killed the archaic imperial clans one after another. Not a single ancient saint could escape, and they were all destroyed. How shocking was this? The eyes of everyone in the world were focused on the northern region, and even some of the most powerful individual cultivators from overseas crossed the sea to understand the details. This was a major event that pierced through the heavens. After Yi Fan and the others came out, they didn't immediately go to the 6th imperial clan's dwelling. This was because there was news that the ancient saints of these clans had all run away. They were scared out of their wits, and some of them had even fled into outer space. On this day, great waves rose from the flat ground. A tsunami was triggered in the northern region, shocking the whole world. It was enough to be recorded in the history of cultivation. Very soon, the news from within the Blue Devil abyss also spread. The Blue Devil Heavenly King has been destroyed. He was only a step away from becoming the great sage, but he died just like that. He didn't even cause a ripple. It's unbelievable. Killing ancient saints in succession, the supreme being of the human race is too powerful and invincible. Even someone as powerful as a saint was scared out of his wits and fled into the cosmos, not daring to return. Supreme Being Guy's divine might is truly matchless. Even the Golden King had been defeated, and it was a great defeat. One of his incarnations had been killed into a rain of blood and corpse pieces. After the news spread, all the experts in the world were momentarily speechless. Then, the ancient races trembled, the human race was excited, and the world was in chaos. There are still the ancient saints of the 5 great royal families who haven't died. I think we won't gain anything no matter where we go. On the contrary, we will encounter the most terrifying enemy. The old saint of the unique warrior manner said. Then let's go to any place, Guy Jiuyo said with a calm expression, not worried at all. The Crimson Afterglow Plain was a rare large plain filled with vitality in the northern region. This place was filled with crimson afterglow trees. Each tree was like the sunset glow, red like heavenly fire. Whether it was the trunk or the leaves, crimson afterglow was rising. Looking from afar, it was as if the sunset glow had condensed and fallen here, never to disappear. This was the ancestral land of the Silver Clan, which had always been on good terms with the Gold bloodline. It was a great royal family whose name shook the ancient times. Apart from the imperial family, it had a venerable status among the other royal families. And now, Guy Jiuyo, Yi Fan, and the old master arrived at this great plain. Red clouds shone brightly in front of them, stretching as far as the eye could see. It was a fiery red expanse. When they arrived in front of the Silver Clan's ancestral land, the clan was immediately thrown into chaos. Everyone was terrified. Guy Jiuyo had killed 5 ancient saints in a single day, and the entire world was paying attention. Naturally, news of this naturally reached here. They had always been scared witless, never expecting that they would really be found. We've arrived, the supreme being of the human race has come. What should we do? Even the clan lord has gone to seek refuge in outer space. He won't make things difficult for us, right? I heard that even the Golden King was defeated, not a match at all. Hong. Suddenly, an expanse of golden light illuminated all directions. The sky dome was torn apart, and the extreme ancient emperor's might surged, covering the sky and covering the earth. The golden great sage had arrived, appearing on the red cloud plains with the clan's golden truncheon. His divine might intimidated all directions. Guy Jiuyo, hand over your life. A loud voice shouted in the sky. This was the great sage's roar, shaking half of the northern region. It could be heard in all directions. Not long ago, his great defeat in the Blue Demon Abyss was immediately spread, and all the clans were discussing it, causing his prestige to plummet. This was because he had first lost to the victorious fighting Buddha and needed to use his divine marrow to redeem his life. Now, his incarnation had been destroyed by the supreme being of the human race in the shortest amount of time. It was inevitable that people would criticize him. Golden King, wait. In the sky, someone stopped him, telling him not to rashly lower the golden truncheon. It seemed that he was extremely fearful of the person below. Hunchuo, don't stop me, the Golden King said. At the same time, another part of the void shattered. Purple light rushed into the heavens, and the sound of bells rang out. A string of purple gold bells turned into a true dragon, raising its head and letting out a long cry. The nest of 10,000 dragons great sage of Qianluan had arrived, and he had also brought an extreme ancient imperial weapon. The atmosphere became even more tense, because he was also aiming at Guy Jiuyo, ready to attack at any time. You also came to take this old man's life? Guy Jiuyo faced the great sage of Qianluan, who was holding the 10,000 dragons bell, with a calm expression. That's right, I was the one who invited the great sage of Qianluan here to take your old life. The Golden King said. Although his heart was filled with anger, he was extremely fearful of Guy Jiuyo. The golden truncheon might not be enough, so he had the other great sage help him with the 10,000 dragons bell. In the distant sky, many figures came, and all of them were experts. Today, the clouds were moving everywhere, and the crucial battle was about to begin. People couldn't help but be alarmed, and many daring people were watching. Senior. Yi Fan spoke, and he was worried. Even if Gai Jiuyo was heaven-warping and unrivaled, it was too unrealistic to fight against two ancient imperial weapons with his bare hands. He wanted to lend the green copper cauldron to the sickly old man. No matter. Gai Jiuyo smiled, as if he knew what he wanted to say. Brother Gai, how about we stop here? Great Sage Hunchuo said. The Golden King shouted loudly, no, there must be a result today, a conclusion. I don't believe that this old man is as brave as he was back then. His blood energy has long dried up, and he can't take on an extreme ancient imperial weapon. At this moment, he raised the golden truncheon, and millions of strands of immortal splendor shot out, aiming at Gai Jiuyo. At the same time, the 10,000 dragons' bell rang, and the divine sound was deafening. A world-shaking battle was about to begin. Suddenly, the Golden King cried out in alarm, and the nest of 10,000 dragons' great sage was also scared. They felt the weapons in their hands trembling, and they were actually about to attack each other. Everything was too sudden. Chapter 11:24. There was no need to doubt the power of the ancient imperial weapons. If they truly awakened, a single strike could sink the entire northern region and cut down stars. However, at this moment, a shocking change occurred. The golden swordbreaker trembled and uncontrollably attacked the 10,000 dragon bell. Millions and millions of strands of golden light shot out. This was immortal splendor, dazzling and resplendent. Meanwhile, the violet gold dragon bell was also incomparably sharp. It shattered the void and broke free from its bindings, about to rush towards the golden cave's #1 supreme treasure. Both sides were terrified. If they collided, it would be a great disaster. The entire northern region might be flattened. They didn't understand what was happening. This was too sudden. Ah, Golden King cried out loudly. He spat out a mouthful of golden life essence blood and sprinkled it on the ancient imperial swordbreaker. He wanted to wake up the divine will within and stop the attack. Great Sage of Qianluan also released a low roar. Streak after streak of purple light seeped out. The innate source in his body surged crazily towards the 10,000 dragon bell, blocking the violet gold radiance. Wang! The two extreme ancient imperial weapons cried out, becoming increasingly brilliant. They broke free from their bindings and entered the clouds, about to unleash their most powerful attack. No! Golden King was alarmed. This was a collision that didn't care about the consequences. It seemed like it would only end after one of the ancient imperial weapons was destroyed. The two great sages immersed their powerful divine senses into the ancient imperial weapons. They ignited their soul divine flames to resist with all their might. They wanted to awaken the weapon soul within the divine weapon. Ding! The golden swordbreaker and the 10,000 dragon bell collided lightly. There wasn't a true destructive strike, but even so, it was still catastrophic. The vast heavens became a shattered land. Forget about the smoke and clouds scattering, even the chaotic energy was released. It was as if heaven and earth were being split apart. If this didn't happen in the heavens, even a light collision between the two weapons would cause a large portion of the northern region to cave in. Many creatures were terrified. They didn't know what was happening and fell limp onto the ground. When the extreme Tao mist scattered and the great Tao laws became calm, Golden King coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Every mouthful of blood was golden. This was his life essence blood, incomparably precious. Meanwhile, the nest of 10,000 dragons' great sage also suffered a backlash. The surface of his body cracked, and only after a long time did he calm down. His expression was gloomy as he stared at Gai Jiuyo. The supreme being of the human race had attacked. Everything had happened so suddenly that they couldn't defend even if they wanted to. They actually lost control of the ancient imperial weapons. Just thinking about it was terrifying. The two expressions were ashen. They firmly grasped the summoned ancient weapons in their hands and immersed their minds into it, afraid that something unexpected would happen. Gai Jiuyo. Very good. Golden King's face was as calm as water, and his voice was like that of an owl. Inside his pair of golden pupils, the sun and the moon rose and fell, the galaxy shone brightly, and the mountains and rivers opened up. The Qianluan great sage and the others were greatly shaken. This human expert made them feel deeply troubled and couldn't be measured with common sense. According to the situation they grasped, his bloodline had long since dried up and he couldn't truly go to war. At the end of the horizon, some imperial clan leaders and royal clan leaders frowned deeply. They had come here to watch the battle, and they all felt uneasy. Gai Jiuyo could even seize control of an ancient imperial weapon. If others went up, wouldn't they immediately die? Army formula, said great sage Hunchuo. Light flowed in his eyes, and traces of the great Tao interweaved. His expression was complicated. There seemed to be envy and fear. Golden King snorted and said, "So what if you have the army formula? It's fine to disturb them once or twice, but do you think you can take on an ancient imperial weapon with your bare hands?" Great sage Qianluan's body surged with purple energy, overflowing from his pores. This was innate purple essence, his life essence. He poured it into the 10,000 dragon bell and was about to launch the fatal attack. "Let's go to outer space. I'll experience your imperial weapons," said Gai Jiuyo. The radiance disappeared in a flash. The three of them disappeared from where they were. They couldn't go all out in this place because they could easily sink the earth. At that time, the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. "It's unsettling," said great sage Hunchuo, reminding the two immemorial great sages. "Humph, an old fellow with withered blood energy. Let's see how long he can hold on for. Just now, I clearly felt his withered body's decline." "There's no need to worry." Golden King sneered. Great sage Qianluan said, "Correct, I also felt it. The blood energy within his body is insufficient, and his body has almost aged. It's difficult for him to mobilize the essence energy of his peak period. Right now, he is only forcefully gathering it and barely able to fight. Be careful." In the distance, an old imperial clan elder said with a frown. "No matter, this old fellow might really be about to fall. He sensed that his lifespan is running out, so he wants to use the last of his life to suppress us." Someone else said. Several streaks of light rushed into outer space, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. This made the clan masters and others who were watching the battle in the distance anxious. They quickly laid down formation patterns and opened the ancient formation eye to observe the battle in outer space. In outer space, there was a deathly stillness. Yi Fan and the old saint stood in the distance, watching the center of the battlefield. The two great sages stood there, blocking Gai Jiuyo. On the other side, there were also a few ancient clan elders overseeing the formation, paying close attention. In outer space, this was a deathly still land. All kinds of broken weapons floated in the air, as well as corpses of different races. Some were suspected to be from the legendary divine race. It was to the extent where Yi Fan discovered a broken flying saucer beside a few mountain-like corpses. Its entire body was silvery gray, as if it had been punched through by a single fist. It was rotten beyond recognition. "Brother Gai, are you really not willing to take a step back?" Great sage Hunchuo said. This great sage who often appeared with the identity of a peacemaker frowned. "Gai Jiuyo, you've killed many ancient saints. Do you really want the 10 great imperial clans' absolute saints to stop?" Another cautious imperial clan elder said. "Not a single one can be left. These 10 great vicious clans have killed many humans, and now it's getting more and more intense. Go to the extraordinary warrior manor and massacre them. They must be exterminated." Gai Jiuyo said seriously. "Why are you saying this?" The Golden King held the divine mace like a deity. His eyes were cold and emotionless. He was somewhat dissatisfied with Hunchuo and the others, so he took the initiative to attack. This was the divine might of the extreme Tao. Even the slightly smaller stars in outer space trembled, and the entire starry sky was filled with an uneasy aura. It was as if the world was going to be destroyed. At the same time, the great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons also took action. The bell rang loudly, and purple light flooded the starry sky. The traces of the ancient emperor's great Dao interweaved to strangle Gai Jiuyo. Right at this moment, Gai Jiuyo suddenly disappeared. The two of them attacked empty air, but they were fearless. With ancient imperial weapons in hand, they could sweep through the world. Without a sound, Gai Jiuyo appeared in the distance and watched them silently. His hands slowly moved. Chi! A streak of divine radiance flew out, as if it could cut through eternity. It streaked across the boundless starry sky and arrived in front of the two great sage in the blink of an eye, about to swallow them up. What? So powerful! The imperial clan elders turned pale with fright. They were all terrified. This kind of power was definitely not something they could resist. Perhaps a single strike would take their lives. Ring, ring, ring. The bell of 10,000 dragons shook, and the sound was deafening. Waves of purple ripples rushed forward like bell waves. It was terrifying beyond compare. Poof! In the distance, small planets exploded one after another, turning into powder under the ripples of the bell. It was as if a beautiful firework was blooming. In the alien battlefield, the few people who were watching the battle had already hidden into the endless spacetime. Their expressions all changed. This kind of method was too terrifying. Even the ancient saints could not resist it. Under the power of the extreme ancient emperor, they would be turned into powder. At the same time, those who saw this scene through the ancient formation in the northern region couldn't help but be terrified. A reverence rose in their hearts as if they were looking at a god. Gai Jiuyo retreated 100,000 miles without a sound. The small planets behind him were shattered, but he was still standing in front of them. The faint divine sound turned into waves and resounded throughout the alien battlefield. The divine sound actually scattered the waves from the bell of 10,000 dragons and kept pushing forward. It was actually approaching the two great sage. What, this is? He is really going to use his own body to resist the ancient imperial weapon and block the divine sound of the bell? The ancient imperial clan elders were all shocked. Boom! The golden great sage made his move. The extreme ancient imperial weapon was tyrannical. A blazing light swept out as the golden swordbreaker split the universe and attacked Gai Jiuyo. This was an eternal celestial light that could destroy everything. It was as if it was going to destroy the entire sea of stars and rebuild a new world. An ocean-like ancient emperor's power flooded this place, causing this region to completely collapse and turn into a black hole. Primal chaos energy surged about. However, when everything calmed down, Gai Jiuyo still retreated 100,000 miles. His body was unharmed, and he looked like an ancient divine statue. Behind him, a small planet shattered and turned into cosmic dust, disappearing forever. The faint divine sound contained the Great Path, which was different from other people's Daoist. It swept over and took the initiative to attack the extreme ancient imperial weapon, causing the ocean-like brilliance of the golden swordbreaker to roll back. It kept retreating and shaking the world. What kind of celestial sound is this? It has such power. Can it resist the ancient imperial weapon? So powerful, so terrifying. This is Gai Jiuyo's Dao. It can be called an ancient scripture and can shake the divine might of an ancient emperor. Everyone was horrified, especially the elders of the ancient imperial clan. They all opened their eyes wide and stared at the Dao marks, listening to the divine sound of the Great Path. Tribulation crossing immortal song. Yi Fan knew that it was definitely this song. Back then, when he fought against the arrogant little girl Xia Jiuyo, he had experienced this kind of prelude. His body is withered and his strength is insufficient. Even if his cultivation is high and he created a divine technique comparable to the ancient imperial scripture, it is useless. He is no longer at his peak state. Let's kill him. The Golden King roared. The great sage of Qianluan nodded and activated the purple gold 10,000 dragons bell. A peerless imperial might swept through the sky and fought with Gai Jiuyo, wanting to exhaust the human supreme being to death. The golden swordbreaker and 10,000 dragons bell both spat out auspicious light. One emitted millions and millions of strands of golden light, while the other emitted millions and millions of strands of purple energy. The sky seemed to be boiling and surged down. Gai Jiuyo's expression didn't change. He didn't play anything. There was no artifact in front of him, but his body was shining. Strand after strand became immortal music, spreading outwards and rushing towards the two ancient imperial weapons. Tribulation crossing immortal song. This was the Tao he established. He understood the source of the world and played the divine sound of the great path. He listened to the secrets of immortals and crossed tribulation in the world of mortals. Who in the world wasn't striving to cross? Life was full of different forms and all kinds of things in the world of mortals. As long as one had thoughts, they were all crossing. Regardless of whether they were struggling or sinking into depravity, they were all striving to cross and cross tribulation in this world. Living was to begin with crossing tribulation. The tribulation crossing immortal song that Gai Jiuyo created could be said to be world-shaking, comparable to the scriptures of the ancient great emperors. He walked his own path, but unfortunately, he was born in the wrong era. Humans were crossing, dust was crossing, immortals were crossing, all living things in this world, every blade of grass and tree were fighting to cross. Once the tribulation crossing immortal song appeared, large amounts of Tao marks rose and fell, extending into the distance. They resisted the two ancient imperial weapons as if they were dry weeds and smashed rotten wood. They were actually able to continuously advance. Chapter 1125. In one's life, every blade of grass and every tree could be understood as a struggle. Gai Jiuyo's technique was a miraculous great Tao. He had walked his own path, and that was why he was invincible 8,000 years ago. When his blood energy was at its peak, a clear roar could shake the stars in outer space. Boom! The golden truncheon flew back as if it was struck by a vast ocean. Golden light filled the sky, and the ancient emperor's aura surged. Golden King was overwhelmed with shock. What else could he say after encountering such a ferocious person? An old man with a withered body and limited lifespan was like a divine lion king. Blood continuously flowed out of his mouth. He had lost too much golden blood. That was the origin essence of his bloodline. Today, he had suffered a serious injury, and his Tao source had been struck by the divine sound. Ding-ling. On the other side, the violet gold 10,000 dragon bell rang continuously. It was also struck flying as it swept across a vast area with the Qianluan Great Sage, shattering some of the asteroids behind it. Brilliant splendor blossomed one after another, causing people to feel deep fear. It was like fireworks, but in reality, it was the spectacle of stars exploding, sweeping through the pitch-black cosmos. This was a great calamity. When the tribulation crossing immortal song was released, it stopped the two ancient imperial weapons, injuring two ancient race great sages. In the eastern wasteland, many people could see streams of light flashing in outer space even without looking through the ancient formation. Those were asteroids being destroyed, emitting their final flames. This is powerful to an inconceivable level. We can clearly feel the ancient emperor's might. This is an extreme Tao weapon, so how can Gai Jiuyo contend against it? We can only look up to this level for the rest of our lives. We will never be able to reach it. It is beyond the scope of advancement. Some ancient race saints couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Then, they felt a wave of desolation, as if they couldn't surpass it and had no hope in this life. In the outer space battlefield, Golden King and the Qianluan Great Sage stopped their decline with difficulty. They both roared. They didn't believe that they couldn't resist, so they launched another fierce attack. God, revive! The Golden King roared angrily and continuously poured divine power into the immortal truncheon. All kinds of radiance surged and revived the weapon soul contained within it. He wanted to kill Gai Jiuyo. Behind him, the golden treasury appeared, opening up a small golden world. Golden light shone brilliantly, and the heavenly sword, divine pagoda, great bell, and other things shone with dazzling brilliance. Boundless divine force surged into the immortal truncheon. Boom! The golden swordbreaker was like a golden celestial dragon, soaring through the boundless universe, shining with an eternal light in the darkness and coldness. Gai Jiuyo moved horizontally, retreating another 100,000 miles. However, his own Tao was advancing. The celestial song of tribulation transcendence resounded through the lonely starry sky. It was as if it had reversed the river of time and cut open the different worlds of the past, present, and future. Boom! Golden light shot out in reverse, ancient emperor might unending, tearing through everything. The immortal mace swept out, but it was also trembling, resisting the divine sound. The celestial song of tribulation transcendence possessed boundless power. This was a wondrous scripture technique that could resist ancient emperor techniques. It shook the Golden King until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood again. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Qianluan great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons wasn't much better. All of the pores on his body were overflowing with blood, and his body was continuously trembling. This won't do. The ancient imperial weapon has exhausted a large amount of our essence energy, and we can't hit him every time. If this goes on, we will definitely fall. At this time, Qianluan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Gai Jiuyo's cultivation was far higher than theirs. The divine technique he displayed could pass through 100,000 miles away as if it was right in front of him. This was truly a world-shaking immortal sound. The celestial song of tribulation transcendence was strange and unfathomable. Its power was extremely great as it swept through the dark cosmos. The Golden King and the Qianluan Great Sage had ancient imperial weapons, but they were still no match. In just a quarter of an hour, the two of them staggered, both of them coughing out divine blood. Golden blood and purple blood, every drop extremely precious, containing the essence passed down to them by archaic emperors. They felt their blood run cold. If this continued, they would undoubtedly die. We might have to merge with the ancient imperial weapon and kill him invisibly. The Golden King said fiercely. Correct, he has entered the ancient imperial weapon. He doesn't have an extreme weapon, so even if he has tremendous divine abilities, he still won't be able to do anything to us. Could it be that he can forcefully attack the imperial weapon and kill us? The nest of 10,000 dragons Great Sage Qianluan nodded. Wang! The heavens rumbled, and the divine mace trembled slightly. The Golden King turned into a blazing beam of light, entering the ancient imperial weapon and merging with it. Chi! A dazzling golden light tore apart the starry sky, turning into a streak of lightning as it directly rushed towards Gai Jiuyo. His body and the imperial weapon became one, and there was nothing it couldn't break through. This was a type of fatal blow. He took advantage of Gai Jiuyo's lack of an imperial weapon to break through the technique and eliminate him. Boundless divine might shattered the dark heavens. The Golden King's body entered the divine weapon, and it was as if he had inherited the sturdiest magical clothing. No one could break through it. Hong! He arrived in the blink of an eye, blasting the place where Gai Jiuyo stood into a black hole that stretched as far as the eye could see. Chaotic energy surged in all directions. Gai Jiuyo disappeared, appearing in another dark heavens. He stood there, his eyes cold as he looked over from the distance. At the same time, the purple gold 10,000 dragon bell turned into a purple true dragon that was over 1,000 li in length. Every single joint was a purple gold divine bell, and right now, it was like a great bell as it swooped over. Hong long. Bell waves rumbled. The purple true dragon's claw tore apart the sky. Its head smashed into the air, and the fluctuations it produced made many stars tremble. Ancient imperial might surged outwards. The void of this cosmos collapsed. The purple true dragon was unmatched, able to tear apart everything in its path and destroy a part of heaven and earth. Guy Jiuyo, you can't hold on any longer. I want to see how you face the extreme Dao imperial weapon. The Golden King roared. He was inside the immortal mace, completely fearless. He turned into golden light that could drown out this cosmos. Right now, not even the army symbol art could effectively threaten him. It was because he had merged with the golden mace, becoming one. As the great sage, it was difficult for him to be controlled by others. Kill. The Qianluan great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons also shouted coldly. His body merged with the purple true dragon, extending to over 10,000 li as it swept over. This was a hair-raising battle. All kinds of light danced about, all kinds of divine techniques were used, and imperial weapons weaved about, hacking apart the cosmos. The tribulation crossing immortal song shocked the world, sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, Guy Jiuyo was not an ancient great emperor after all, so he couldn't destroy an imperial weapon. But this was enough. Who would dare to fight against someone with an imperial weapon? Moreover, he wasn't weaker than anyone. Not good, what should I do? Yi Fan's heart sank. He wanted to secretly send a sound transmission to lend the green copper cauldron to Guy Jiuyo, but the distance was too far. It was impossible to contact the sickly old man. Guy Jiuyo, you don't have a chance anymore. Since ancient times, no cultivator under the ancient emperor realm has been able to destroy an extreme Dao ancient weapon. Even you, who have almost stepped onto the path of vindication, are useless. The Golden King and the Qianluan great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons finally relaxed at this moment. Their bodies merged with the imperial weapon, and they rushed over with extreme speed. They turned into 2 beams of immortal light and didn't fear Guy Jiuyo's attacks. They both used their strongest techniques, wanting to turn him into ashes. What supreme human being! In the face of time, you're nothing. You're getting old and don't have vigorous blood energy anymore. Do you still want to defy the heavens? Today, I'll send you on your way. The Golden King became more and more valiant as he fought. He let out a carefree roar and was insufferably arrogant. Under the starry sky, millions of strands of golden immortal light sprinkled down, dazzling like a god coming into being. During this period of time, he had been extremely sullen. First, he was defeated by the victorious fighting Buddha, forced to use a rare divine profundity to redeem his life, and then his incarnation was destroyed by Guy Jiuyo. As the great sage of the ancient race, this was a great humiliation. To be able to reach this step, there was no need to doubt his battle prowess. However, he was defeated again and again, causing many people to criticize him. His heart was gloomy. At this time, he finally had a chance to reverse the situation. He was about to wipe away his humiliation, so he naturally let out a loud roar. Guy Jiuyo, hand over your life. You don't have much lifespan left, and you don't have any masculine divine force anymore. You're old and unbearably old. What do you have to fight against me? I'll chop off your head and sacrifice it to my race's imperial weapon to relieve the hatred in my heart. The Golden King berated. At this time, he finally relaxed, feeling that everything was under his control. The tribulation crossing immortal song was destined to shock the past, present, and future, but it couldn't suppress the 2 resurrected ancient imperial weapons. It was difficult for Guy Jiuyo to accomplish anything. Suddenly, scarlet multicolored light rushed into the heavens. Brilliant rainbows sprinkled over every corner, dyeing the entire sky a captivating red, full of dazzling splendor. The cry of a 9-revolution immortal phoenix spread throughout this star domain. Its voice was clear and cold, and its Tao was imposing. Its power shook the world. A fiery red phoenix fluttered in the air, as if it wanted to swallow the entire universe, causing many ancient stars to instantly become dim. This is an imperial weapon. What? Guy Jiuyo brought an imperial weapon with him? What kind of weapon is it exactly? The several imperial clan elders who were watching the battle all shivered in fear. All of them were horrified, and chills ran down their spines. They knew that things weren't looking good, Guy Jiuyo stood there. In a daze, the heroic and imposing figure of the past appeared. His eyebrows were like swords, eyes like stars, and he was extremely handsome. However, in the blink of an eye, it was still that sickly old man with a withered body. He had finally reached his declining years. In his hand, a gorgeous scarlet furnace appeared. It was dazzling and resplendent, floating in the center of his palm. There were phoenixes spreading their wings and a rising sun, simple and unadorned. It was forged from phoenix blood and scarlet gold. It was precisely the eternal universe furnace. Hong. Guy Jiuyo remained motionless, standing in this cosmos. In the center of his palm, the eternal universe furnace quickly enlarged, becoming as tall as the sky. Its entire body was sparkling and translucent, scarlet red like a blood diamond. Layers of multicolored mist curled about it. This was a furnace forged by the eternal universe great emperor. Its power was boundless, and now, it completely revived, immediately illuminating the pitch-black cosmos. Dang! The furnace lid did not open. The immortal furnace forged from phoenix blood and scarlet gold directly smashed over. Guy Jiuyo used the army symbol to activate it, shaking the boundless cosmos to the point where the starry skies were about to completely collapse and be destroyed. The golden truncheon and the purple gold 10,000 dragon bell were almost ignited, their radiance flourishing greatly. The two ancient race great sage had a bad premonition and used all of their cultivation to block it. However, even after using two emperor weapons, they still couldn't stop the eternal universe furnace. Guy Jiuyo's cultivation had reached a shocking level. Now that he had the emperor weapons in his hand, he could be considered unrivaled. Hong Long. Blazing light blossomed and boundless phoenix cries rang out. Scarlet multicolored light submerged the vast heaven and earth. Groups of stars trembled chaotically, and the nearby planets continuously shattered and exploded. The weapons of the ancient great emperors clashed with the magical artifacts of the archaic emperors. This was an extremely rare sight in history. The golden truncheon and 10,000 dragon bell were both struck flying. It wasn't that the weapons weren't good, but rather that the users were too inferior. Even though the two ancient race great sage were inside the divine weapons, they were still seriously injured and almost had their bodies and souls destroyed. A trembling sound came from the golden truncheon. Golden King was terrified. He drove the immortal truncheon away, not daring to stay for even a moment longer. Dang! The scarlet and translucent eternal universe furnace rumbled. It turned into a streak of scarlet multicolored light and rushed over. With another strike, it collided with the golden truncheon. The weapons of the ancient great emperors clashed head-on with the ancient emperor weapons. A metallic sound rang out. The golden truncheon flew out very far, shattering piece after piece of the heavens. Ah! Golden King cried out in an incomparably mournful voice. He was shaken out and fell from the golden truncheon. His body was in tatters and was almost destroyed. Even the great sage couldn't do it. Guy Jiuyo reached out a rough hand. His body was old and no longer possessed the heroic bearing of his youth. However, everyone was in awe and wanted to worship him. Pung! He grabbed the Golden King in his hand as if he had caught a golden butterfly. Brother Guy, be lenient. Great Sage Hunchuo shouted loudly. However, Guy Jiuyo ignored him and slowly closed his palm. Golden King cried out in alarm and struggled with all his might. However, he couldn't escape no matter what. Pooh! The moment that palm closed, the magnificent ancient race great sage, who stood at the peak of the world of experts, was smashed into pieces. Golden blood splashed everywhere. It was shocking and shocking. Chapter 1126. Golden blood splashed in all directions, filling the entire battlefield with brilliance. This was the descendant of the Golden Emperor, and within it were wisps of ancient emperor blood that possessed an indescribable divine power. Dead. The glorious great sage of the ancient race, ranked at the peak and able to look down on the entire ancient star, was now clenched to death by someone's palm. He was turned into a pile of mud and crushed bones, and only golden blood flowed. Something like this actually happened. Several old clan elders were all at a loss for words, full of shock. They simply couldn't stop it in time, nor did they have any way to stop it. The golden great sage had fallen. An enormous wave swept through the entire ancient star. The Golden Cave's only great sage had become a thing of the past, easily killed by someone. This made all the great imperial clans tremble in fear. Gai Jiuyo was too powerful. If it was a fair fight, the Golden Great Sage was far inferior. He wasn't his opponent at all and could only be killed like a baby against a giant. It was earth-shattering. One could imagine that a great storm had already begun. This was a great event that would be recorded in the history of cultivation, and its effects would be far-reaching. Would the ancient race start a war with the human race? No one knew. Kuan-zhou is dead, and the Golden King is also dead. This is an immeasurable loss, a great disaster. In the battlefield outside the realm, an old clan elder said bitterly. In the eastern wastelands, everyone was shaken. They clearly saw this scene through the ancient formation eye. The human supreme being's cultivation was profound and incomparable. This was truly unrivaled. Too terrifying. Gai Jiuyo's technique is extremely profound and truly unmatched. Even the great sage couldn't withstand a single blow from him and was easily obliterated. With a turn of the hand, he can summon the clouds and summon the rain. With a raise of his hand, he killed the Golden Great Sage with a single clench. Even the most extraordinary ancient saint would feel fear. With such methods and power, who would dare bully the old Gai Jiuyo? The Supreme Being's might wasn't any weaker than that of the past. This news quickly spread to all parts of the Great Earth. The Golden Great Sage died, killed by Gai Jiuyo and turned into a flood. The ancient races were deeply afraid, and the human race was incomparably excited. Is he still vigorous despite his old age, or is his lifespan running out? Is he planning to carry out the final act of intimidation? The rulers of the strongest races of the supreme ancient immortal realms muttered in a low voice, bewildered. The name of the Golden King shook the primeval times, and he stood at the peak of experts. His reputation was absolutely not undeserved. It wasn't that he wasn't strong, conversely, he was terrifying to the extreme. All of this was because Gai Jiuyo was too terrifying. In the extraterritorial battlefield, the moment the Golden King exploded, several old patriarchs of the imperial family, as well as great sage Hunchuo and the others, could no longer remain calm. One by one, they opened their mouths to stop him from continuing to kill. This was because Gai Jiuyo held the glistening scarlet eternal universe cauldron in his hand and was about to attack the Qianluan great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons. He wanted to destroy him in both body and spirit. Fellow Daoist, you should stop. Fellow Daoist Gai, when it's possible to let people off, one should spare them. You also don't want the two great ancient imperial families to have a true war with the human race, right? The Golden King came from the Golden Cave, and the Qianluan came from the nest of 10,000 dragons. They were both well-known primeval imperial families. If they were forced into a corner and these two great imperial families attacked at the same time, no matter which race went against them, there would definitely be a great disaster. Gai Jiuyo's expression was calm. He didn't stop and continued to walk forward. The Qianluan great sage's expression changed. His body couldn't help but tremble within the 10,000-kilometer-long violet gold divine bell. The Golden King had died in front of him. As a fellow great sage, even if he was strong, how strong could he be? If he continued, he would definitely not be able to escape death. Ding ling ling. The violet gold divine bell was strung together and was tens of thousands of kilometers long. It tore open the void and wanted to escape. Dang! However, the eternal universe cauldron flew over. The scarlet gold phoenix blood shattered the void and smashed into the violet gold divine bell. The Qianluan great sage cried out miserably. His entire body was covered in blood, and his body was in tatters. He fell out and could no longer continue to merge with the ancient imperial weapon. Dao brother, could it be that you really want to kill them all? In the distance, an extreme divine might appeared. It was clear that the ancient race had many layers of defenses. Several old patriarchs walked forward. Their expressions weren't very good, and they were all on guard. The great sage Hun Tua also stood in the middle, saying that this battle couldn't continue. Otherwise, there would definitely be a war between the races. Gai Jiuyo also didn't want the situation to continue to escalate. He didn't really want to start a war with the ancient race. Eliminating a golden great sage was enough. It would definitely be able to intimidate the 10,000 races. Dao brother Gai, I was wrong. I shouldn't have listened to the Golden King's bewitchment. The Qianluan great sage braced himself and said these words. It was even more unbearable than killing him. The scarlet eternal universe cauldron flew back and landed in Gai Jiuyo's palm. It swallowed and spat out scarlet multicolored light that filled the sky. It illuminated the entire starry sky and made him look unrivaled. In the end, the Qianluan great sage felt as if he had been pardoned. He flew toward the ancient stars and disappeared. This time, it could be said that he was dejected and had lost all face. The Golden King had died, and he had fled in a sorry state. This was the result of Hun Tua and the others pleading for him. It was truly a loss for the great sage's dignity. In the outer realm battlefield, the golden truncheon floated quietly. Gai Jiuyo walked forward, wanting to take it away. The others' expressions changed. An old patriarch walked forward and said, Brother Gai, this is the #1 treasure of the Golden Cave. You can't take it away. Hunchuo great sage and several other patriarchs of the royal families also came forward. Every single one of these extreme Dao ancient imperial weapons had great implications, so they definitely couldn't let the humans take them away. They would rather fight to the death. I won't take this imperial weapon away. However, I will have to seal him for a period of time. Gai Jiuyo said. Clang! The eternal universe furnace's lid was opened. Flames surged and the divine essence of the sun scattered down, swallowing and spitting out brilliance. It was as if it could swallow the endless stars inside. Many stars began to shake. The golden truncheon flourished with golden radiance. It rushed towards the sky and struggled violently. However, this was too passive. The eternal universe furnace had been revived with the help of the human race's supreme beings. It swallowed the golden truncheon. Wang! The extreme ancient imperial weapon entered the divine furnace. It wanted to struggle, but with a clang, the furnace lid fell down and sealed it inside. The several patriarchs were astonished. They wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Gai Jiuyo, what is the meaning of this? Do you want to seize the ancient imperial weapon? Aren't you afraid of suffering a backlash and losing your life? You have to know that the weapon of an archaic emperor cannot be humiliated. At that time, you will be in great trouble. Even though you have the weapon of an ancient great emperor, you still can't seal it. In the end, the golden truncheon might shatter the eternal universe furnace and break out. They shouted together. This was a very serious matter. All of them went forward to block the path. You don't have to worry about me. I know how difficult it is, but sealing it for 100 years is not a problem, Gai Jiuyo said with narrowed eyes. He operated the army formula and borrowed the power of the eternal universe furnace to seal the golden truncheon inside. It soon calmed down and couldn't break out. The expressions of the few people changed, but they couldn't act out. Otherwise, if they really did become hostile, no one could do anything to Gai Jiuyo. The Golden King was a good example. They knew that Gai Jiuyo's body had a problem a long time ago. Now, they just didn't know how much longer he could last. If they fought with their lives on the line now, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. In the end, this battle came to an end. The Golden King's body and soul were destroyed, Qianluan returned in defeat, and the ancient race trembled with fear. Gai Jiuyo did what he said. In the next half a month, he found the remaining ancient saints of the vicious races and killed them one by one. Only one person was able to escape. This was like a violent storm. The ancient saints of the 10 great races were all executed, and the Golden King was also beheaded. The supreme might of the human race swept through the 8 desolate lands, and no one dared to oppose it. No one would have thought that Gai Jiuyo would be so powerful. No matter who came forward, it was useless. He killed the 10 ancient kings, and even the ancient race's great sage came forward. How lamentable! The Golden King's might shook the ancient times. In that era, who dared to oppose him? Today, he was first defeated by the victorious fighting Buddha, and then killed by a supreme human. In the ancient times, the human race depended on the strong races and even became food for them. But now, they were so powerful that it made people feel intimidated. From this day onwards, no one dared to provoke or suppress the human race. After the destruction of the 10 great races, the ancient race quieted down. At the Jade Lake meeting, the human race played the card that the ancient emperors were still alive, causing the world to calm down for a period of time. Paper couldn't wrap fire, and in the end, it was useless. Now that a supreme took action, the world quieted down again. It was just that no one knew how long this would last. All the ancient race members were waiting, especially the great sage. They were all divining, wanting to know how long Gai Jiuyo could live. Otherwise, perhaps only the bold senior, who didn't die by accident, could resist. "Senior, I have an ancient medicine that can prolong life," Yi Fan said to Gai Jiuyo as they walked together in the eastern wasteland. "No need. This kind of thing can be used once, but it will be weak the second time. It will be completely useless the third time." Gai Jiuyo shook his head. "It's not a medicine king, but a drop of immortal medicine. Although there isn't much, it will definitely be useful," Yi Fan said. "I can still live for a few more years, until the path to immortality opens," Gai Jiuyo said calmly. "Senior." Yi Fan was pleasantly surprised. They walked together in the great wilderness, and Gai Jiuyo didn't hide it at all. The blood in his body was boiling, and there were traces of the aura of an ancient emperor seeping out. Yi Fan thought that Gai Jiuyo had broken through, and his face was full of excitement. However, the sickly old man shook his head and said that he could only live for a while. In this world, living for a long time is also a kind of capital. "Don't worry, I will definitely not die first. I will definitely pass away later than the ancient race's old senior." At this point, Gai Jiuyo's eyes were blazing. He looked towards the north, as if he was looking through the void and staring at a powerful opponent. Yi Fan took out all the ancestral ginseng elixir that he had obtained from Earth, and then he stuffed the few drops of immortal medicine that the Black Emperor had given him into his hands. "I should be on my way." It was unknown when the path to immortality would open, but it might be coming soon. Now that Yi Fan wanted to rush towards the outer realm, Gai Jiuyo was very supportive. This was because once the path to immortality opened, this ancient planet would inevitably be in chaos. There would be a great battle between saints, and it would become a wretched land. In order to enter the path to immortality, no one knew how many heroes would be buried. "I hope you succeed on the path to immortality. If you come back early, you might still be able to meet me before I pass away," Gai Jiuyo said. In the end, Yi Fan came to the extraordinary warrior residence of the Central Plains. He would once again step onto the ancient path to the outer realm, just to become stronger and resist the storms in the future. "Master, you must come back alive." Yi Tong said with hot tears in his eyes. Come back alive. Li Tian, Li Heishui, the Black Emperor, and the Sacred Prince sent him off and watched as he stepped onto the altar. Yi Fan looked back, stood on the five-colored altar, and said to himself, Goodbye, it won't be thousands of years. I believe that I will definitely walk to the end of the path, complete the most powerful trial in history, and live to see you all again. Swoosh! The five-colored altar opened, and the symbols of the 8 trigrams flickered, opening a starry door. Yi Fan stepped into it, and with a final wave of his hand, he disappeared. Chapter 1127. The starry gate closed and Yi Fan disappeared from this world. He had slain the heavenly prince, who was unrivaled among his peers, and defied the heavens to slaughter an ancient saint, leaving behind an immortal legend. Master! Yi Tong shouted towards the dimming altar. His voice echoed in the air, but his figure was nowhere to be seen. That place was completely silent. During these decades, Yi Fan had stirred up endless storms. The entire ancient star was filled with the legend of the Saint Physique. Even after he had disappeared for many years, people still found it difficult to forget. The path to the strongest, the most powerful trial in human history. I might know how to get in. The ancient saint who had descended from the outer realm said. Oh, I hope you can guide me, sir, an ancient race lord said. What do you want to do? Do you want to participate in the trial as well? The ancient king said, The path to immortality is about to open. As an ancient saint, I don't have such thoughts. I just want to send a few of my descendants and try my luck. There's no need to think about it. Ordinary people would only be throwing their lives away. Unless ancient princes go, they can only die. The outer realm saint sneered. Is that so? Perhaps I can consider it. I think some people are willing to go, such as the Golden Princess, Huangshu Dao, and the Dragoness of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons. Apart from that, most of the 10,000 ancient races came from the outer realm. Perhaps they can find the way home and return to their ancestral land. The ancient saint's eyes flickered. Although Yi Fan had left, the entire ancient star was filled with legends about him. During these decades, he had killed saint children, divine children, and slaughtered ancient princes. His fame spread far and wide. Many people believed that this was a path of no return. Once one stepped onto this ancient path, it was possible that they would never be able to return. This time, it was the final wave of his fame that would never appear again. A cold wind blew over. The desolate ancient star finally had a trace of movement, breaking the deathly silence. Yellow sand was everywhere. Yi Fan gazed into the distance and saw only desolation. Especially at dusk, it was dark everywhere. The heaven and earth were yellow and incomparably dusky. There were no signs of life at all. He had abandoned prosperity, left his homeland, and bid farewell to his old friends. He had stepped onto the path to the strongest. There was no longer the clamor of the mortal world. Now, there was only loneliness. He had already advanced for half a year, going from one ancient star to another, tirelessly repeating the monotony. Even now, he still hadn't encountered a single creature. The boundless sky was dark and cold. Just like that, he traversed without end. He didn't even know how far away he was from Big Dipper. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to return in this lifetime. Half a year ago, when he walked out of the five-colored altar, he found a small altar on that ancient planet. It was a one-way teleportation, just like the path from Hanggu Pass on Earth. He didn't have a goal, so he could only follow the ancient road that had been paved by the ancients. He didn't know the starting point, and he didn't know the ending point. This kind of journey was extremely lonely. There was no one to talk to. Far away from the vanity of the world, one could only cultivate in solitude. In the strongest trial in history, 3 people with divine physiques died. Wu Shi and Emperor Qing also walked through it. I am following in their footsteps. I must reach the end. Yi Fan muttered to himself. The wind became stronger. Yellow sand filled the sky, covering it. He opened his heavenly eyes. When the sand flew into the sky, some snow-white skulls appeared in the desert. He walked over and squatted down to carefully observe them. He discovered that they belonged to an unknown race. They had died tens of thousands of years ago, but their skulls were still very sturdy and had a flowing luster. Yi Fan released his powerful divine sense and carefully searched the entire ancient planet. Finally, he found a clue. There were some words engraved on a bone arm. They were almost obliterated by the passage of time. They were ancient characters of the human race. It was said that this was the trial gate. After stepping out of it, the true tribulation would begin. Is this the beginning? Yi Fan muttered to himself. The ordeal had already begun. It took him a full half a month to find the small one-way teleportation altar on this ancient planet. Some of those white bones belonged to the ancients who had lost their lives because they couldn't find the heavenly road. They had exhausted their vitality and died here. Buzz! With a flash of brilliance, he stepped onto the true trial road. He muttered to himself in the void passage, I'm looking forward to the road ahead. Before long, an oppressive and heavy aura assaulted his face. Yi Fan rushed out of the star gate and arrived in a mysterious world. Bang! A bone blade hacked over with a ferocious momentum. It was enough to shatter a great mountain. The moment Yi Fan left the star gate, he encountered an attack. I really won't be lonely anymore. I've finally met a living creature. He encountered an enemy attack, but he wasn't angry. On the contrary, he was pleasantly surprised. He had had enough of the monotony and loneliness. Pa! Yi Fan snapped his fingers and smashed the bone blade on the spot. He then swung his right leg and swept it out. A snow-white skeleton in front of him collapsed. It couldn't resist the power of the saint physique. What kind of world is this? Is this the most powerful trial ground in history? Yi Fan looked forward and couldn't help but frown. There was an aura of death everywhere. There was no light, but it wasn't very dark either. The surroundings were dusky with black mist lingering about. It was as if he had arrived in a country of death. Thick leaden clouds pressed down on the sky like a mountain, covering every inch of space and completely covering this world. There was no sunlight, moonlight, or stars. This was a black and white world without any dazzling radiance. It was like the darkest evening. The bones on the ground were piled up to an unknown depth, and there was bone powder everywhere. Just how many people had died to create such a terrifying scene? Yi Fan didn't know. He couldn't see a single creature with flesh and blood. There were only white bones moving about in the distance. Ghostly flames flickered in their skulls, making them look gloomy and demonic. What kind of world have I arrived in? He walked very far, but the ground was still covered with white bones. It was difficult to see the end. In the end, he broke through the sky and flew over many mountains and rivers, but all he saw was a vast expanse of whiteness. Yi Fan couldn't help but shiver. This was too terrifying. Even if this was an ancient star with life, there shouldn't be so many skeletons after it was completely destroyed. How were they formed? Hong! Suddenly, a streak of dark light shot over, shattering this sky dome. It was as if a sea hacked over. This was a black-colored ancient spear that contained a bit of undying divine force. Yi Fan was alarmed. He quickly moved out of the way. In the distance, a black figure stood on a mountain of bones. It roared towards the heavens, its voice different from the other white bones. It was deafening. In the surroundings, many white bone creatures knelt down together, prostrating themselves in worship. They were all trembling with fear, suppressed by the power of his sea of consciousness to the point where they couldn't budge an inch. A Dao severing expert produced a divine sense in white bones. Is this a miracle of life? Yi Fan stared at all of these withered bone creatures. Life was the world's greatest miracle. It couldn't be understood, couldn't be established, full of mysteries. That creature whose entire body was pitch black, bones like black jade stared at Yifan, full of hostility. It rushed into the heavens, the ancient spear in its hands thrusting over again. Dang! Yifan struck out, shattering the ancient spear. Then, with a ka-pa sound, his neck was twisted apart, and his head was removed in a clean and efficient manner. King! All around him, in the endless land of white bones, all of the creatures knelt down, all of them trembling. They released divine sense voices towards him, loudly calling him king. This mysterious world, this country of trials, I want to see clearly. Yifan swept his eyes over the surroundings, looking at those bone spirits that were prostrating themselves in worship. His mood was calm. He descended on a mountain of bones, extracted the ghost flame from within the black skull, and began to carefully observe it. Strand after strand of threads interweaved, forming this leaping ghost flame. To be more precise, it wasn't a flame, but rather a life imprint, a chain of order. This made Yifan's mind tremble. He opened his heavenly eye to observe, and every strand of flame became a divine law of order, appearing in his eyes. This is the damaged profound mysteries of life. He was greatly moved. He immediately sat cross-legged on the white bone mountain, not moving for an entire day and night. Was this created by someone, or was it naturally formed? The divine chains of order interweaved, and the domain spread, turning into a ball of ghost flame, turning into a living body. Was this the process of the birth of living beings? Who was controlling all of this? It wasn't the same as a human sea of consciousness, and there were still great differences. This kind of life form was very special. He carefully dissected the divine chains of order, and finally understood many profound mysteries, greatly enlightening him. His understanding of life deepened considerably, and he linked it with the secret character. He pondered for a while and comprehended the Tao for a long time. Was this the arrangement of the predecessors, or did he just happen to encounter such a strange bone spirit along the way? There's an unfathomable supreme existence within the sea of bones in the deepest depths of this kingdom of death. It even caused this black bone physique that's a Tao-severing body to be terrified and never dare approach it. Exactly how formidable is it? Yifan was astonished. With a thump, he tossed away the black skull, leaving it to fend for itself, and no longer paid it any attention. He flew forward, and in the end, he would encounter an especially powerful bone spirit every time he passed through a large area. However, they couldn't injure him, and he passed through more daunting than dangerous. Before long, he saw the black mist that overflowed into the heavens in the distance. There was a huge towering stone tablet, and the surroundings were faintly discernible. There were many soul shadows that were like specters. This was another kind of life form. They had no thoughts, no emotions, and were ignorant as they wandered aimlessly in this place. These are the ghosts that mortals speak of. They're just a part of the magnetic field. Why are there so many of them in this area? But they don't have intelligence. Yifan approached and arrived in front of the huge stone tablet. He carefully observed the ancient words on it. They were carved in the primordial divine script, and there were only 4 large words. They were bold and powerful, and they read, "Death to those who enter." This was a type of warning, and even more so a type of deterrence. Standing in front of this stone tablet, there was an earth-shattering killing intent surging over. It made people feel like duckweed in the sea, and they could be destroyed at any moment by the waves. There are white bones everywhere, and even the mountains are piled up from them. It's rare to see a huge tablet, yet it's so intimidating. Yifan was astonished, because even he felt an enormous pressure. His heart was oppressed, and one could imagine just how terrifying the one who carved these words was. There were many enormous bone fragments at the side, and every single one of them was over 10 meters in length. In this world of death, there were all types of creatures' bones, and it was impossible to identify all of them. There are words here as well. Yi Fan discovered that these were human words, and there were quite a few of them. They were written as a warning, informing those who walked on the most powerful path of training in history that they had to be careful and not enter this place. There was great danger, and this was something that the ancestors had learned through their bloody lessons. Wang! Suddenly, a streak of immortal light streaked across the distant sky. It was dazzling, holy, and flawless. It tore apart the dark clouds and scattered down onto the great earth. Auho! Many bone spirits roared in all directions, and they were all terrified. Under the immortal light, countless white bone creatures were turned into fine powder, and they were completely purified. What is that? Yi Fan was shocked. Roar! When the immortal light tore apart the dark clouds and scattered down, an enormous roar that made one's soul feel like it was going to split apart sounded from the center of this restricted region. It was incomparably terrifying, and it was as if the entire world was going to collapse. Chapter 11:28. Sparkling and resplendent light poured down like water essence, scattering down. White skeletal creatures cried out miserably one after another. The ghost flames in their skulls were extinguished, turning into strands of smoke. Meanwhile, their bones exploded inch by inch, turning into white powder. What was this? The aura was auspicious and holy, able to purify this world. Yi Fan was shocked. Beside him, those boneless ghosts were like ice and snow, quickly melting, turning into clouds of smoke and disappearing. In the depths of the Forbidden Land, the roars became more and more terrifying, releasing streak after streak of black light. It was as if a black sun was rising, releasing strand after strand of demonic light. So powerful. Yi Fan backed up, escaping several thousand li in a single step. It was because he sensed a dangerous aura, covering the sky and covering the earth as it approached. If he didn't retreat, he would be like a small boat in a raging sea, overturned at any time. Kaka. Sounds rang out incessantly, this world becoming unstable. Even after retreating several thousand li, those bone mountains were collapsing one after another. The white bones on the ground were even more so turning into dust, turning into snow-white bone powder. Saint-level power. Yi Fan's expression changed. He never expected to encounter an ancient saint-level creature in his first battle in the training ground. One could well imagine just how terrifying the road ahead was. The great earth was covered in endless withered bones like pure white snow, a boundless expanse without end in sight, extending all the way to where heaven and earth intersected. Meanwhile, it was precisely at the end that a black sun slowly rose from the sea of white bones. It was incomparably large, covering the sky. Endless strands of black light interweaved into black divine chains of order, piercing through the void. Ancient saint-level black sun. Yi Fan opened his heavenly eye, carefully sizing it up, wishing to see through its source. This black sun was comparable to a black great mountain, resisting the resplendent immortal light in the sky. The two were incompatible, clashing innately. Light shot out chaotically, natural laws interweaving, continuously destroying each other. One was full of vitality, the other innately possessed destructive power. Wang! Even more immortal light scattered down, tearing apart the dark clouds, illuminating this dark world, no longer as murky as before. Intense explosions sounded. Countless bone mountains collapsed, bone fragments flying in all directions. The white skeletal creatures howled in grief, struggling, rushing in all directions. You planted your so-called survey seeds in my kingdom of death and carried out your experiments, yet you continue to slaughter my people. All of you must die. A dignified voice sounded from the black sun. The divine laws affected the leaden clouds, causing them to boil and transform into deathly aura to devour the celestial light. The sky was covered once again. Buzz! A white bone blade, as brilliant as the moonlight, rose from the black sun towards the sky and struck the mysterious holy light. Boom! The dark clouds were torn apart. An expanse of great Tao divine marks descended. The intruder's natural laws were incomparably powerful, full of holy power. They continuously collided with that bone blade. Ancient sage. Yi Fan was certain that both sides were ancient sages with incredible means. He was glad that he had escaped far enough, or else he would have been reduced to ashes. This is a dangerous world. No wonder the predecessors never returned. Since the desolate era until now, only 3 to 5 people have returned alive. The rest, including the divine physique, have all died outside this realm. His expression was grave. This was just the beginning, yet he had already encountered such a terrifying saint-level existence at his first stop. One could imagine how dangerous and terrifying the trials later on would be. There was a powerful life form within this black sun. Strands of black light reached out from the gaps like tentacles, continuously colliding with the celestial light in the sky. Deathly aura surged. The black sun split into pieces, and a mysterious ancient beast rushed out from within. To be more precise, it was a white skeletal creature that produced flesh and blood. It seemed quite extraordinary. On its back were bone spurs that shot into the sky. They were snow-white and sharp, and with a light shake, they could split open the universe. Every single one of them was several hundred zhang long. This was a heavenly beast from outside this realm that had never been seen before. It was enormous and robust, with a tiger and leopard body, crocodile scales, and the horns of a divine deer. It even had the iron claws of a falcon, and it had a scorpion tail that hooked towards the sky. Apart from the bone spurs on its back that were snow-white and sparkling, sharp enough to split open the sky, the rest of its body was like purple jade, sparkling and brilliant. It looked incomparably divine, and holy splendor surrounded its body. Rebirth from death. Yi Fan was overwhelmed. He felt a powerful deathly aura. With just a casual move from this heavenly beast, a terrifying deathly aura would rush out from its body, shaking everything until it was about to collapse. This giant beast was several thousand zhang tall. It opened its mouth and roared, scattering the dark clouds. The scenery in the sky was revealed. Apart from the sun, moon, and stars, there was also a war chariot, as if a divine king was patrolling in the lower realm. Hong! Enormous lightning struck down with chaotic energy, striking this heavenly beast. There were tens of thousands of saint-level Dao marks, and it wanted to purify this world into a place full of vitality. The immortal light that had scattered out not long ago was from this ancient war chariot. Rays of radiance scattered down, filling the world of death. Who is in this war chariot? Yi Fan was shocked. After walking on the path of the strongest trials, he finally saw some creatures, but all of them were incomparably strange. This was a battle between saints, and he didn't dare to get close. Auho, the heavenly beast roared and fought with the existence in the war chariot, causing the entire world of death to tremble. The leaden clouds were torn apart, and all kinds of light poured down. You are just borrowing the war chariot. You have violated my country again and again. This time, I won't let you get away. Master of Death Country, I don't want to offend you. The seeds I have scattered are to search for a type of mineral we need. If you allow me, I will immediately leave after collecting it, and I will never return. Divine wool ripples came from the war chariot. Yi Fan was shocked. He sized up the huge war chariot and felt a kind of majesty. How precious was the thing that the ancient saint wanted to collect. How can I let you steal the divine materials that belong to my death country? Stop dreaming. The divine wool from this heavenly beast was like the shaking of a star field, vast and boundless. These minerals are useless to you, but I can exchange them with you. I will give you an immeasurable amount of corpses and deathly aura so that you can break through in the future. Ripples came from the war chariot. Yi Fan felt that it was strange. Mining minerals? He thought of eternal kingdom. In order to refine the most powerful evolution liquid, the people there would travel through the stars. Refining the divine liquid was the highest goal of many people. However, this war chariot looked very different from flying saucers. Could it be that it was also a product of the combination of technology and great Tao? No need. The heavenly beast refused. The dozens of white bone spikes on its back all rushed into the sky, turning into white bone spears. They pierced through the cosmos and rushed towards the huge war chariot. At the same time, it pounced over. Its antlers released five-colored divine light, turning the sky into a black hole. A great battle erupted. The two ancient saint-level existences rushed into outer space, entering the boundless cosmos to carry out a great life and death battle. Yi Fan's body flickered, turning into an aurora, entering the depths of the sea of white bones. He discovered great tombs one after another, all of them built from bone fragments. There were actually no less than 10 of them, and within each white bone tomb was a strange set of broken bones. It was eerie, and deathly aura pervaded the air. These were left behind by the previous masters of Death Nation after they passed away. Most of them were broken bones that had lost their luster because their essence had been absorbed by their successors. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Sea of Bones, the deathly aura far surpassed other places. This was the place where the previous masters of death cultivated in seclusion. It was known as the Forbidden Land, and other white bone creatures didn't dare to approach. Only those who broke through to the Saint Realm dared to challenge it. There's nothing valuable here, Yi Fan said to himself. This was a world of death. It was impossible for a medicine king to grow here or immortal elixirs. Apart from bones, there were only ghosts. He raised his head and glanced at the sky. The two ancient saint-level existences were fighting in outer space. Leaden clouds once again enveloped this world, and everything was dusky. This ancient star doesn't seem that big. I can look for those so-called rare minerals. Before this, he used the secret method given to him by the odd warrior Manor's old master. He chanted an incantation and sensed the fluctuations of an ancient secret formation. He found a formation gate far away from the Forbidden Land. That place claimed to be a small world, and there was a small five-colored altar inside. Even ancient saints couldn't find it or enter. Only those who knew the formation patterns could enter. Yi Fan relaxed. The ancient formation was still there. If the formation platform was destroyed, he would need to repair it himself. This was also a type of trial, and it would be extremely troublesome. Although the old saint of the odd warrior manor said that there would definitely be a break in the road ahead and that he needed to repair it himself, he didn't want to encounter such a terrible situation after just starting out for half a year. Yi Fan remembered the place where the immortal light scattered just now. He quickly appeared in that area because it was an exploration seed. It was most likely very close to the rare minerals. There's a strange fluctuation. Sure enough, after he arrived at this area, the ground where the celestial light shone emitted ripples that were almost imperceptible. Only his physical body, which was comparable to that of a saint, could keenly sense the unusual movements beneath his feet. Bang! Yi Fan's entire body emitted golden light as he turned into a golden god of war. His powerful physical body was as easy as breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. He sunk several thousand li underground and arrived at the core. Apart from the magma, there was also a sinister and terrifying aura. It was as if he had arrived at the source of death. His body was on the verge of collapse, and all the hair on his body stood on end. What is that? The magma surged and the temperature was extremely high. If an ordinary person came here, they would definitely be turned into ashes. However, he was still unharmed. In the magma, there was a millstone-sized rock that had long cracked apart. There was a black liquid inside, and it was as if black jade had melted. Black light flowed about, and specks of luster could be seen. This is an extremely terrifying aura of death. Every strand of aura that seeped out was extremely dense. Yi Fan was sure that if it was an ordinary cultivator, a single breath would turn them into bones. It was devouring one's life force. Is this the mineral that the ancient saint was looking for? What is its use? Could it be that it can be refined into supreme treasures or refined into precious liquid? Yi Fan muttered to himself. He didn't dare to get too close. This kind of thing devoured one's life force. The entire ancient star turning into a land of death was most likely related to it. Even though this rock was only the size of a millstone, Yi Fan felt as if he was facing a boundless ocean of death. The black liquid it contained made one's mind feel like collapsing. It must be something extraordinary. Forget it for now. I'll put it away and study it in detail in the future. Yi Fan took out a treasure bottle. It was a king-level weapon. However, as soon as he put the millstone-sized rock inside, the jade bottle made a crisp sound and many cracks appeared. What kind of liquid can actually destroy a king-level weapon? He was shocked. He revealed a look of disbelief and then took out a small blood-red gourd. This was a half-saint level weapon. It was a spoil of war seized from an ancient race expert. Kacha. The same sound came again. The small blood-red gourd also broke. It couldn't bear the weight of the millstone-sized rock. The black liquid inside was sparkling and translucent, but it was a shocking sight. This is too outrageous. What kind of mineral is this? It's as heavy as the 100,000 mountains. Or is it a natural treasure that can be destroyed? Yi Fan increasingly felt that this mysterious black liquid was extraordinary. He didn't dare to touch it with his hands. He took out the myriad chi cauldron and put it inside. This time, it went smoothly. He didn't encounter any obstructions, and the cauldron was intact. I can't stay here for long. I don't know what will happen if I take this mineral. After rushing out of the Earth's surface, Yi Fan immediately entered the ancient secret formation. Then, he boarded the 5-colored sacrificial altar and disappeared. After a quarter of an hour, the battle in outer space spread to the ground. Huge metal chariots and heavenly beasts that were thousands of meters long flashed from time to time, clashing head-on in the dark clouds. Celestial light sprinkled down from time to time. The owner of the chariot was still searching for the rare mineral. However, the owner of the kingdom of death was one step ahead and shouted, "Eh? No, it's gone. The density of the death chi has dropped a lot. You've stolen the divine object." The owner of the metal chariot was also surprised and said, "What happened? The mineral is really gone. It's not on this ancient star anymore. King of the kingdom of death, where did you hide it?" "Nonsense. Everything here is mine. Gu Xing's innate divine weapon has disappeared. It must be your doing. Hand over your life and give me back my divine treasure." "Who stole the mineral? Everything on this ancient star is more precious than it. Why did it disappear? I've been searching for it for more than 1,000 years. I must find it." The eyes of the two ancient saint-level existences turned red. They fought with all their might. At the same time, their powerful consciousness swept through the surroundings, looking for suspicious places. Chapter 1129. Clear and cold moonlight sprinkled down. The entire ancient star was tranquil without a single cloud. Yi Fan strolled alone as he carefully sensed this unfamiliar land. After walking out of the 5-colored sacrificial altar, he arrived at an unknown ancient star. The surface was dry and hard, and the temperature was cold. This was a land of bitter cold. There were no plants, no water sources, and the sky was filled with stars. The night was quiet, and the land was vast and empty. Only some mist lingered between the mountain ranges. Is it really that difficult to find a true ancient star with life? Yi Fan had been out for more than half a year, and the only place he had seen life was a land of white bones. There wasn't even a bone in the other galaxies, and there was nothing related to life. This place was barren, and the ground was as hard as stone. He walked for over 1,000 li without finding anything, but he wasn't in a hurry to continue. Stars after stars are connected by an ancient road. What were the ancients searching for? It definitely wasn't a training ground specially arranged for later generations. Perhaps it was because they discovered all kinds of trials that they were used by later generations. Could it be that there are still ancient sages fighting at the forefront? Yi Fan thought of many things. The road opened by the ancient ancestors was definitely full of danger. Perhaps the battle had always been going on, and they were merely descendants living in a safe region. Suddenly, his expression became sluggish. After walking for several hundred li, under the clear and cold moonlight, he saw a figure. It was extremely withered, and it was currently strolling about. There's someone there? Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. Just now, he had used his divine sense to scan the distance, but he didn't see anything. Now, he actually saw a life form. The distance was extremely far. That person was at the end of the horizon. He was tall and slender like a specter as he walked unhurriedly. Who is this person? Yi Fan was on high alert. No matter how he looked at it, this was a dead star. The air was thin, and it was filled with poisonous gas. There were no plants or vitality. At this time, a humanoid creature suddenly appeared. It naturally surprised him, and he wanted to see what was going on. Who knows, he might discover something unexpected. When Yi Fan opened his celestial eye, he was shocked to find that it wasn't a human, but rather, a creature covered in red fur. It was walking slowly, head bowed. A humanoid creature with red fur. The moment Yi Fan saw it, he felt strange. He immediately thought of the Yuan Taoist master in his later years and shook his head. They've all entered the star domain, so it shouldn't have anything to do with the Yuan Taoist master's faction. He carefully followed behind and moved forward. Roar! Suddenly, a roar rang out. The red fur on the skinny humanoid creature's body stood on end. It raised its head to the sky and howled at the moon. This was an extremely terrifying scene. The deathly stillness of the withered star was immediately shattered. Mountains swayed and all types of mountain rocks tumbled down. This was a Dao-severing creature, and it was extremely powerful. It was furious, and only after a long time did it calm down and enter the mountain range. At the end of the mountain range, there was a large black hole that led straight underground. Mist surged up from there, causing people to feel intimidated. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to enter here and would definitely turn around and return. However, Yi Fan didn't stop there. He wanted to find some clues. Perhaps this creature had seen Ji Haoyue, Pang Bo, Ji Ziyue, and Bodhisattva West. This hole was very deep and led straight underground. Not long after entering, he felt waves of life energy. At this moment, Yi Fan knew that this ancient star wasn't completely devoid of life. It was all underground, forming a small world of its own. After descending for thousands of meters, lava appeared and surged. Many humanoid creatures were underground. They could actually drink the lava and absorb energy. This name immediately appeared in his mind. It had long since gone extinct in the Big Dipper, and he didn't want to see it here. It lived underground and could survive as long as there was a fire source. This was a type of powerful humanoid creature. Their bodies were unbreakable and impervious to swords and spears. They were an extremely terrifying race, and there were a few spiritual treasures in their habitats. Who is it? As soon as Yi Fan entered, a loud shout was transmitted. Naturally, it was the fluctuation of divine sense that swept over like a tide. Half-saint. There was a half-saint existence in this ancient cave. Yi Fan had vaguely sensed it when he entered. Now that it was confirmed, he felt even more at ease. Humans, it's humans again. How hateful. The fire god monkey that was strolling on the surface just now shouted. It was a commander-like figure. I'm passing by this ancient star and don't want to become enemies with you. I just want to ask you some questions, said Yi Fan. I don't trust humans. You stole my race's fire god stone and made it much more difficult for us to survive. Humans are despicable, and we will never associate with you again. A group of fire god monkeys pounced over. All of them cried out malevolently. Their bodies were covered in dense red fur, and they wanted nothing more than to kill him immediately. Yi Fan frowned. He had suffered an undeserved calamity and had to protect others. He had no choice but to explain. Although it wasn't you, you are of the same race. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to quell the hatred in my heart, roared that powerful old monkey. A battle was simply unavoidable, but it was a pity that they encountered Yi Fan. Even a group of unbreakable fire god monkeys weren't enough. All of them were shaken until they spat out blood and their bodies were cracked. Yi Fan entered their ancient cave and searched carefully. He opened the stone jars one by one. Immediately, the smell of alcohol soared into the sky and almost made him drunk. Divine wine. He drank a jar without holding back. His entire body seemed to be on fire as essence energy overflowed in all directions. It was greatly beneficial to cultivation. You bunch of monkeys, all of you fought with your lives on the line with red eyes. Why are you all lying down now? Yi Fan stored the monkey's divine wine into his own magical artifact. This was truly a type of fine wine. The eyes of the group of fire god monkeys were all red. They thought that they had encountered another robber. Their hearts were filled with extreme resentment. All of them roared and glared at him. Yi Fan smiled and collected dozens of jars of divine wine. Then, he threw down a large pile of divine source. Essence energy overflowed in all directions and illuminated the entire ancient cave. I know this wine is extraordinary and might be of great use to your cultivation. I won't take it for free. I'll exchange it with you guys of equal value. The group of fire god monkeys were greatly surprised. They looked at each other and stopped roaring. I want to know if you guys have seen these people before. He took out the portraits of Ji Ziyue, Pang Bo, and the others to confirm if they were on the way. Yes, we've all passed by a few years ago. After getting a definite answer, Yi Fan let out a long sigh and said, You guys have been here for so many years. Have your ancestors seen any special people? There are a few that left a deep impression. One is called Wuxia, and the other is called Wan Qing. I remember now. There are also people who are similar to you. Once they start fighting, golden blood qi surges. The fire god monkeys thought of some of the legends of their ancestors. Because they were isolated from the world, they did not have many opportunities to see other races. Hence, they had a deep impression of these people. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The strongest people in the history of the Big Dipper had indeed been here. Needless to say, Wuxia was known to the entire world. As for Wan Qing, he was definitely referring to the Azure the Arch. This time, the reason why we got into trouble and had our supreme treasure, the fire god stone, robbed is related to that Wan Qing. The half-sage old monkey saw that Yi Fan had given them so many divine sources, which would be of great benefit to the younger generation's cultivation. It calmed down and asked some questions seriously. What? Related to the Azure the Arch? What's going on? Yi Fan's heart trembled. He felt that there was most likely a big secret. After the desolate antiquity era, the world changed greatly. The Azure the Arch was the only person who proved his Tao. He was called the Eternal the Arch by the fiend race because he walked the path of the strongest trial. Due to these reasons, Yi Fan had no choice but to pay attention. He did not expect the fire god monkeys to know something. Rumor has it that Wan Qing went to the star domain of those bandits. He stayed there for a long time and left behind many traces. In recent years, they seem to have found some important clues at Wan Qing's place of seclusion. They are incomparably crazy and are searching for something. The fire god monkeys had just suffered an undeserved calamity. That group of people did not come for the fire god stone. Since they found it, it was naturally taken away. Yi Fan's heart trembled. What did the Azure the Arch leave behind? Could it be the secret of him proving his Tao in the past? This caused great waves to surge in his heart. In the end, after he understood enough information, he bid farewell to the fire god monkeys and stepped onto the ancient path of the starry sky again. Let the ancient star with life appear. I am incomparably eager. It would be best if it appeared in the star domain of that group of people. Yi Fan prayed. He was really tired of the monotonous journey on the withered stars. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. Along the way, Yi Fan encountered several dangers, but he narrowly passed them all. In the past year, he did not encounter a true ancient star with life. However, he encountered more than 10 types of tyrannical creatures, some of which were very terrifying. Another ancient star. Is there still no life? Yi Fan was helpless. He longed for green vegetation and hoped to see other races. Unfortunately, he was disappointed again. This was a small planet. It was barren and had nothing. Something's not right. Is there something monitoring me? Yi Fan stood in the sky. He suddenly raised his head and quickly opened his heavenly eye. Suddenly, he saw a small flying device flying over his head. This caused his expression to change. He used the line formula and his body turned into a bolt of lightning. He quickly rushed towards the flying metal object and caught up in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan was truly shocked. This was an ancient flying machine that was orbiting around this small star, moving around the Earth. Looking at the traces on it, it has most likely been here for tens of thousands of years. However, it hasn't fallen yet. It has always been orbiting the ground. His mind trembled. This was a product of a technological civilization. However, it had long been abandoned for tens of thousands of years. When he slowly disintegrated it, electric sparks flashed non-stop. This place once gave birth to an extremely advanced technological civilization. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He hesitated in his heart. Should he continue advancing along the ancient starry sky path or search this area horizontally? In the end, Yi Fan stopped. He decided to search this star field to see if he could make any shocking discoveries. He used the formation platforms prepared by the Black Emperor to cross over to the neighboring planets. Of course, it was impossible to reach them in one go. Instead, he changed the chessboard formation platforms many times. After descending on 4 dried-up small planets in a row, he discovered some ruins. It should be the temporary landing base of the spaceship. Unfortunately, it was also abandoned. When he landed on the 5th small planet, Yi Fan's heart trembled. He saw a huge platform with 2 spaceships parked on it. There was a base here. Although it had been abandoned for countless years, it could be seen that someone had recently reused it. There were very strong life fluctuations. Someone is here. Yi Fan quickly snuck over. He was underground and did his best to conceal his aura with his Tao marks. Did you guys find anything? After being busy for so long, we haven't discovered anything at all. What exactly did Wan Qing leave behind back then? It's already been 20 to 30,000 years, yet the higher-ups still attach so much importance to it and are looking for the places he has walked before. Yi Fan understood their intentions through his divine sense. His heart was not calm. Wan Qing was Emperor Qing, and these people were searching for his footprints in the past. We don't have any clues about Wan Qing either, but we have other great gains. We obtained a fire god stone, a very rare mineral used to refine the strongest physique evolution liquid. Chapter 1130. Fire God Stone. Oh my god, you guys are really lucky to have obtained such a thing. Others can't even find a small piece of it even if they search for it for a lifetime. Tempering the strongest constitution evolution liquid is the most important divine mineral apart from the 6 main materials. You guys actually found it. It's really heaven-defying luck. Your harvest this time is too abundant. It's said that apart from the things left behind by Wan Qing, everything from this trip belongs to each of you. If you take it to auction, several generations of your clansmen will benefit endlessly. There were 2 spaceships parked on the huge platform. One of them was incomparably envious, and the other was extremely intoxicated. Although the fire god's stone wasn't the main material, it was still a divine mineral. As an auxiliary material, it was still priceless. If the major forces knew about it, they would definitely break their heads to bid for it. Yi Fan was amazed. He didn't expect the mineral needed for the strongest constitution evolution liquid to be so precious. It was no wonder that the purple-eyed girl and her brother were so anxious that they risked their lives to fight with him. The others would rather be captured or killed than come back again and again to snatch it. Even a supplementary material was like this. It was unknown how many star fields they would have to explore to find it. As for the divine main materials, they didn't even need to think about it. It was hard to find even in several lifetimes. It could be said that the purple-eyed girl and her party being able to successfully gather everything they needed was a kind of miracle. It could be said that it was heaven-defying. Therefore, they were reluctant and didn't hesitate to give up their lives. A race that combines technology and the great Tao is really a bit scary, Yi Fan said to himself. He had a deep understanding of the strongest constitution evolution liquid. It was definitely a treasure. The purple-eyed girl and her party only refined those minerals for more than 10 years. Even though they only obtained some rough liquid, it allowed him to smoothly advance to the next level and seize the fortune. Wan Qing is really an immortal legend. He disappeared for 20 or 30,000 years, but his influence is still so great that even the nobles can't sit still. One person sighed. This star field is almost searched. We can go back, and the mission can be considered completed. Oh, that's true. Many people have left, so we should also set foot on the road back. There are still a few dangerous places in this star field that will be searched by the Saint-level spaceship. We can't set foot in. This was their abandoned base that had been here for tens of thousands of years. Today, they were just passing by and reusing it. There was a star gate here. Yi Fan's eyes flickered. He was too worried. These 2 spaceships were not Saint weapons and couldn't compare to the flying saucer he encountered outside Undying Mountain. They couldn't pose any threat to him. He adjusted his physiological functions to the limit and then took out a few pieces of wood. Those were the branches of the Tree of Enlightenment. The Black Emperor had carved the patterns of the heaven-deceiving formation on them and could even deceive the heavenly tribulation. When an ancient star gate was opened, Yi Fan was shocked. All types of light flowed within the circular gate, as if it was a node where time and space intersected, leading to an unknown place. At the moment when the 2 universe ships entered, he silently closed in. As fast as lightning, he attached to one of the ships and followed along. Yi Fan could be said to have covered the heavens, temporarily leaving the vertical starry sky ancient path, moving horizontally, following the universe ship into their country. After an unknown period of time, the 2 spaceships rushed out of the star gate and entered the dark universe. Everywhere was desolate and cold. In the endless distance, the stars twinkled. This star field was deathly silent without a trace of sound or fluctuation. It made people feel bored. What bad luck. That base hasn't been used for tens of thousands of years. It's already broken beyond recognition. The distance of the star gate is limited. If we get lost, we'll be in big trouble. When can we have a Saint-level spaceship? Then we can open the star gate at any time. The people in the 2 spaceships grumbled. However, they quickly became spirited again. Luckily we didn't get lost. Otherwise, we'll die in the universe sooner or later. There's a small planet ahead. It's a base left behind from tens of thousands of years ago. We can return from there. Full speed ahead. After they confirmed it, they began to move quickly. They were like flowing lights streaking across the sky, one in front and one behind. Life was mysterious, but compared to the vast universe, it was really insignificant. To ordinary people, it was almost impossible to enter another star field from one star field. Only by walking to the front and grasping great power could they do it. Only a few life forms could achieve it. Hey, you got the fire god stone. Did you find anything else? Maybe that star field still has divine ores. No, we've already searched thoroughly. We found it from a low-level race living in the underground. There was actually a half-saint who almost made us fail. In the end, he used the 5-colored divine light to sweep away the fire god stone. Yi Fan was surprised. He thought of his own experience. Back then, he was swept by a kind of divine light and was captured into the flying saucer. The power of the 5 elements is endless. Even if we can't defeat it, it's not something those low-level races can stop. We can retreat easily. Since a half-saint was born, it means that their bloodline is also extraordinary. Did you collect their blood? We killed a few low-level monkeys and brought their blood back. That's good. Yi Fan heard their conversation and sneered in his heart. He clung to the spaceship and used the heaven-deceiving formation to conceal himself, waiting to land. In the universe, time passed quickly. Along the way, he saw one magnificent star after another and brushed past them. That kind of splendid scene was extremely beautiful. Even saints can barely travel in the star field. Maybe only the ancient emperors can enjoy the magnificent scenery of the universe? Yi Fan muttered to himself. Several days later, a small planet appeared in his field of vision. 2 spaceships rushed here and slowly landed. It was still a dead star. There was no air or water, and it was completely bare. Ever since he walked out of the Big Dipper, he hadn't seen any green vegetation. One could imagine how rare it was to find an ancient star with life in the vast universe. After going through countless star fields, there wasn't even one. The Stargate here is a little damaged. We need to repair it before we can make a spatial jump. The 2 spaceships stopped on a huge platform. The cabin door opened, and some people walked out. Without a doubt, they were also cultivators and knew about Dao marks. The Stargate here was constructed based on the spatial laws and blended with technology to form a foreign gate. Something's not right. I've discovered an indescribable life fluctuation. Someone on the spaceship cried out and stared at the screen. The alarm was ringing incessantly. What? Could it be that we've encountered a powerful life form that can travel through the universe and was targeted by it? As far as they knew, there were terrifying life forms in the universe that could realize independent travel through the universe. There were many different forms, and some were extremely terrifying. If one was entangled by them, they might die without a burial. I don't know when it attached itself to our spaceship. Someone cried out in fear. He didn't care about the people outside and wanted to close the cabin door to escape immediately. Yi Fan sneered. When he put away the heaven-deceiving formation, his life fluctuation and traces were naturally sensed by them. However, this was nothing because everything was under his control. Buzz! 2 large golden hands stretched out and firmly pressed down on the 2 spaceships. They couldn't escape at all. How could these people escape under the physical body of an ancient saint? What a powerful life fluctuation. His fleshly body isn't any weaker compared to the bloodlines nurtured by the various kings and marquises. The golden blood pressure he exudes is so suffocating, too terrifying. Quick, attack him, use the 5-colored divine light to imprison him. A group of people screamed, their countenances turning pale. The strongest among them was only at the 2nd level of Immortal Foundation. It was impossible for them to fight against him and they could only rely on the spaceships. Chi, the 5-colored divine light swept over, containing the divine energy of the 5 elements. It was resplendent and could imprison living beings. Even those with powerful bloodlines wouldn't be able to do so. Clang! Yi Fan wanted to test it out, but he was also afraid of failing, so he didn't take the risk. He took out the myriad chi cauldron, and thousands of silk ribbons fell down, blocking all the light beams. The 5 elements divine light couldn't sweep in. Yi Fan spat out a mouthful of essence chi, causing these people to be flung through the air like scarecrows. All of them coughed out large mouthfuls of essence blood before collapsing to the ground. After that, he lifted his hand and imprisoned the people in the 2 spaceships. There were a total of over 10 extraterrestrials with blood dripping from the corners of their mouths. All of them had expressions of terror on their faces. This is a robbery. All of you extraterrestrials are my captives. Squat down on the ground and hold your heads. Don't move recklessly. Yi Fan spoke as a smile appeared on his face. You, who are you? Which star region did you come from? Someone asked with a trembling voice. Do you know that we are from the Eternal Kingdom? If you offend us, what consequences will there be? There were also people who were unyielding and threatened. Yi Fan only had a single action in response. He kicked them and said, as captives, you must have some self-awareness. All of you, shut up. Answer whatever I ask you. If not, I will make you shut your mouth forever. The eyes of these people were filled with hatred, but they appeared much more obedient on the surface. None of them dared to speak again. They held their heads and squatted on the ground, waiting for him to speak. The 6 of you, go and fix the Stargate. Yi Fan pointed out 6 people. The 6 people who had been pointed out stood up with calm expressions. They walked toward the Stargate and constructed a star platform there. The Stargate was activated, and the various patterns seemed to come to life as they lit up one by one. Suddenly, a brilliant light shot out from the Stargate and shone on Yi Fan. They drew out an extremely terrifying power to kill him. This was the power of the universe that they had absorbed from the void. Lowly race, go to hell. A series of miserable cries rang out. 7 or 8 of the extraterrestrials turned into thick blood and died a violent death. Not a single one survived. They're dead. The 6 people at the Stargate were pleasantly surprised. It's too early to be happy. Yi Fan's voice rang out beside them. He used the travel formula to disappear in a flash, leaving only an afterimage in his original position. He had surpassed their perception and was now standing calmly in front of them. You. Yi Fan took a step forward, and the leading person's bones were broken and tendons snapped by his powerful aura. He was sent flying, but he didn't lose his life. If Yi Fan wanted to enter the Eternal Kingdom, he needed the help of these people. In that prosperous starfield, there were a few types of the strongest physiques. According to the purple-eyed lady, the Eternal Kingdom even had the blood of ancient gods sealed inside. In addition, there were secrets left behind by the Qing Emperor. It was worth his time to go there. After the leading person fell to the ground, a container fell from his body. The lid of the container cracked open and emitted a dazzling light that pierced through the sky. A piece of bright red, sparkling, and diamond-like divine stone appeared. It was sacred and auspicious, and the light it emitted drowned the area. Chapter 1131. This was a sparkling and translucent divine stone the size of an adult's fist. Its entire body was fiery red, and there was a hole on its surface. It seemed to be breathing and possessed its own life. Scarlet multicolored light filled the sky and dyed the small planet red. It was full of essence energy like a blood diamond. Its entire body was bright red and glistening, and anyone who saw it would know that it was a divine object. Fire Divine Stone. This was the supreme treasure of the fire divine monkey race that lived by the magma. It was a type of divine ore that was extremely rare in the desolate universe. Not many of them had been discovered since ancient times. When the 6 captives saw this divine stone fall to the ground, their breathing became hurried and their eyes turned red. This was the future fortune of their race. A small piece of divine stone could allow them to soar to the top, and all the nobles would want to recruit them. Don't be jealous. Is this something that belongs to you? It originally belonged to the fire divine monkey race, which is what you call an inferior race. It was plundered by you guys. Yi Fan bent down and picked up the stone. Unexpectedly, it wasn't that hot. Its entire body was warm, and a fiery red mist brushed past the surface of his body. It was as if he was soaking in a hot spring, and his bones were comfortably warm. It is indeed a good treasure. Even if you don't refine medicine, you can carry it on your body all year round. It will be very useful for cultivation. Yi Fan nodded and carefully put it away. The 6 captives' breathing became hurried and they were all agitated. After losing their supreme treasure, they wanted nothing more than to counterattack. However, they had no strength and were close to despair. The leader wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "You are an ascetic cultivator that excavates the human body's potential. This kind of thing isn't very useful to you. Why don't you come with us to the Eternal Kingdom and offer it to one of the nobles? Who knows, you might obtain the strongest evolution liquid. For you, that would be a true divine object." "Do you know much about the strongest precious liquid?" Yi Fan asked expressionlessly. "Not much, but I know that it will definitely be of great use to you. You have to know that it has given birth to some of the most powerful physiques throughout the ages," the leader said. Yi Fan understood from the purple-eyed girl that there were indeed a few types of the most powerful bloodlines that appeared in their hands. He couldn't help but ask seriously. "I heard that there are primitive devil physiques, heavenly Brahma physiques, supreme immortal physiques, and others, each more terrifying than the last. They have all appeared in ancient times and are incomparably astonishing." Yi Fan was surprised and listened attentively. According to this person, the people of this star field paid attention to the perception and understanding of the Tao, but they hardly ever trained their bodies. They all relied on external forces to break through, so the evolution fluid was of utmost importance. It was precisely because of this that they exploded ancient stars one after another in search of divinity ores and refined them into a precious liquid that allowed people to transform endlessly. Moreover, there was a group of people who traveled to outer space to capture powerful life forms and extract their blood, using this to help them evolve. After so many years, some of the most powerful individuals had truly been born. Their comprehension of the great Tao was extremely deep, and their bodies had even attained a state of perfection, allowing them to sweep through everything before them. A very interesting star area. It is indeed worth a trip. Yi Fan's eyes were like golden lanterns, shining with brilliant light. The 6 of them tried their best to persuade him to enter the Eternal Kingdom with them. When the time came, they would be responsible for introducing him. With his physique, he would definitely be recognized and become an honored guest of the various marquises. "You've got guts. It's fine if you want to live, but you even want to sell me out." Yi Fan sneered. These people simply wanted him to be merciful and bring them back with him. In the end, the more they persuaded, the more they were tempted. "It's a misunderstanding, we have no ill intentions." The leader's expression changed as he hurriedly explained. Yi Fan pointed with his finger, and the 6 people's frontal bones sparkled. Their immortal platform spasmed, and their sparkling and translucent sea of consciousness were all stripped out, flashing in the air. "Ah, what do you want to do?" The 6 people cried out in panic. They discovered that their divine souls had left their bodies and could be destroyed at any time. All of them were incomparably terrified. Yi Fan investigated a little and knew that these 6 captives indeed didn't have good intentions. Returning to the Eternal Kingdom, they not only wanted to take back the Fire God's stone, but also wanted to sell his flesh and blood for huge profits. Just a group of prisoners. You haven't even escaped yet, but you've already started scheming against me and want to sell me out. You guys are really... Yi Fan revealed a cruel smile. "We were wrong, spare us." At this moment, they were truly terrified. Those were just thoughts in their hearts, but at this moment, they were naked and couldn't be hidden at all. The sea of consciousness of the human body was the most complicated. Under normal circumstances, even experts wouldn't read the memories of others because it would cause their own sea of consciousness to be incomparably chaotic. It was equivalent to experiencing the complicated life of others. Many cultivators came into being because they hoped to be free from the mundane world, to have a peaceful state of mind, to have fewer distracting thoughts, and to be close to the great Tao. And it was precisely because there were too many distracting thoughts that the primordial spirit was easily decayed. Some powerful cultivators would sever their mundane heart in their later years, just so that their heart would be as clear as a mirror and in harmony with the great Tao. Yi Fan didn't have any worries, but he didn't want to be tainted with too many memories of others. Now, because he wanted to enter the eternal kingdom, he had no choice but to selectively read them. A complicated life, a wondrous country, a strange life experience, one by one, they flowed through. In the end, Yi Fan only chose some of the key things, as well as the light of wisdom that was helpful for comprehending the great Tao. The other miscellaneous memories that didn't belong to him were all wiped clean. 6 wisps of primordial spirit flames bloomed and then extinguished. Yi Fan destroyed a spaceship and buried the corpse together with it. After that, he personally repaired the Stargate. A divine ring flickered like it was forged from metal. It flickered with a cold luster and was illusory inside. Yi Fan piloted another spaceship and transformed into a beam of metal light, entering the Stargate. All of this came from what he had learned after searching the other party's sea of consciousness. After an unknown period of time, he completed the spatial jump and rushed out of an ancient Stargate, entering a brilliant starry sky. It's here, I can feel the aura of an ancient planet with life. Yi Fan's heart stirred. There was definitely a habitable life planet ahead. He could feel that strange fluctuation even from far away. He piloted the spaceship and entered this star region with life. Not long after he got close, his mind was greatly shaken. There was a huge planet ahead that was not inferior to the Big Dipper and not inferior to the Purple Micro. It had an extremely majestic aura. The aura of an ancient emperor. How could this be? Yi Fan was shaken. There seemed to be an emperor lying dormant here. It was just like when he saw Emperor Wu Shi's figure on the Dao platform on the Purple Mountain. It was also like the terrifying pressure he felt when he entered the absolute beginning forbidden zone. Has an emperor been born here before? Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil. He couldn't calm down and didn't dare to approach immediately. He found that there were several other small life planets in this star region. At this time, the screen on the spaceship flickered non-stop, locking onto one of the planets. That was the spaceship's target. The big planet is the Eternal Kingdom, and the small life planets are its subordinates. Who would have thought that I would find so many life planets in this star region? Without a doubt, this was the same kind of civilization. It was just that there were different factions stationed here. This was a land of dreams. Yi Fan didn't approach. He didn't want to rush in recklessly. He wanted to blend in the safest way. After all, this was a powerful star region. A little carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. This race viewed the other races as inferior, so they naturally had their own strengths. He drove the spaceship deep into the sea of stars and temporarily left the few ancient life planets. He understood this star region in detail and even set up several formation platforms. In the future, if there were any changes, he could use them to retreat. Suddenly, a violent fluctuation came from the front. A brilliant light rushed out and radiated in all directions. Yi Fan was shocked. There was a huge fleet fighting. This kind of power was so great that it could destroy some small planets. When the light beam hit the battleships, nothing was left, only ashes. It was as if there were suns exploding there. The dazzling brilliance drowned out the universe, making this star region as bright as day. Yi Fan was shocked. Small planets were destroyed in that area. He could clearly see the battle through the screen in the spaceship. There were many battleships on both sides, but one side was clearly losing. They were being routed, and one after another, the ships exploded and turned into a rain of light. It was like a blooming firework. Such a miraculous scene in the universe could be said to be gorgeous, cruel, and beautiful. It was unknown how many people died when each ship exploded. The iron ships turned into ashes, the human bones turned into smoke, and the rivers of blood dried up. By the time Yi Fan hid well, the battle was already nearing its end. The curtains fell on the final battle between the two Saint-grade battleships. One of the silver battleships was damaged beyond recognition. The other was sparkling with purple light and was in perfect condition. It captured the enemy's flagship and began to loot it. Great destruction. The defeated side still had more than 10 battleships. They fled for their lives, but they couldn't escape. With a boom, a 300-meter-long silver ship turned into flames as light waves engulfed the area. Beams of light shot out like a meteor shower, sweeping towards the fleeing battleships. 7 or 8 battleships exploded and turned into terrifying balls of light that affected a wide area. Ha ha ha. The Immortal Feather clan is really generous. They actually managed to dig out the main material for refining the most powerful precious liquid. It's actually the Destiny Rock. Others wouldn't be able to find it even in a few lifetimes. A group of people on the resplendent purple battleship laughed and boarded the damaged silver ship. They carried out a large piece of gray rock and transported it to their divine weapon. Yi Fan's gaze froze as he saw everything clearly. It was the divine mineral rock he saw in Big Dipper. It was made into a pool, and he had soaked in it and obtained great benefits. I didn't expect that even the Immortal Feather clan's most resplendent fairy pearl, Princess Chi Meng, would be here. The most famous beauty of Eternal Kingdom would actually come to our heaven as a guest. Heaven was the name of a group of interstellar pirates. They were one of the 3 most famous groups of plundering in the Star Domain Sea. They dared to attack any major powers because apart from the divine weapon flying ship, they also had a true ancient saint overseeing it. This group of people could still walk in the starry sky after leaving the ship. They were all very powerful cultivators, and they cleaned out all the rare minerals in the silver ship. A woman walked out from the silver ship. Specks of starlight landed on her body, causing the group of plundering pirates to be petrified. Her beauty was almost illusory. Yi Fan was too far away, and the ship was hidden in a meteor shower. He couldn't see the woman clearly, but he knew that she must be very beautiful. Otherwise, that group of people wouldn't be in a daze. Oh, I heard that a supreme immortal physique appeared in the Immortal Feather clan tens of thousands of years ago. His name shook the ages, and he once unified the entire Eternal Kingdom. Seeing Miss Chi Meng, I believe that your body must still have the blood of a deity. I will ask the ancient saint ancestor Fan Yun to help us through marriage. Now, the divine materials for the most powerful physique evolution divine liquid are almost all gathered. I believe that after our descendants receive the baptism, the supreme immortal physique will definitely reappear and become #1 in the world. Although a red-haired man was very bossy, it had to be said that he was quite handsome. At this moment, he revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth and had a kind of demonic temperament. Chapter 1132. The starlight was like rain, sprinkling down on the woman's body, making her even more hazy. It was as if she was about to ascend to the heavens. Her palms and fingers moved as she rushed towards the red-haired man, launching a thunderous attack. Boom! This was a field of celestial splendor. Once the Taishang deity technique was used, the entire place was shattered. With the help of external tools and the comprehension of the great path of heaven and earth, this kind of combat power was astonishing. Chi Meng was graceful and elegant. She was originally as quiet as a virgin, but now she was as fast as lightning. Every attack was dazzling. Her physical techniques were astonishing, and the Taishang deity technique she was using was very frightening. Ha ha ha, the red-haired man was very wild. He laughed as he fought, and his handsome face had a hint of coldness. He said, "In the fairy feather star ocean, in terms of physical techniques, if I say I am second, not many would dare to say they are first. Qi Meng, if you want to fight me, I will catch you myself. Ha! The two fought fiercely in the cold space. All kinds of secret techniques were used, and they turned into two bolts of lightning that tangled together. It was hard to tell who was the winner. In the distance, Yi Fan was in the meteorite layer, witnessing everything. His face revealed a look of surprise. There was indeed a mountain higher than the mountain, and there was no lack of experts in this world. He had met an extraordinary person here. In the Eternal Kingdom, many major forces are refining the most powerful precious liquid of evolution. Even if only a few people succeed, there must be other medicines that can refine the body and give birth to many extraordinary characters, he said softly to himself. Qi Meng and the others from the Silver Holy Ship could not escape. They were surrounded by a group of battleships, and the holy ship with purple light was already aimed at them, preventing them from escaping. The two fought fiercely, and they used many secret treasures. Their star area was a civilization that was a fusion of the Great Path and technology, so they naturally had many terrifying weapons. For a moment, splendor flashed, and divine radiance shot out in all directions. Weapons danced in the air, twisting the space and cutting off a corner of the universe. Oh, this is really amazing. I have never heard of Princess Qi Meng's achievements. Now that this battle is over, I know that your talent is amazing. You are indeed the descendant of the Taishang immortal physique. I guess the reason you are searching for the destiny rock to refine the strongest liquid is to awaken the dormant bloodline in your body. A cold smile hung on the scarlet-haired man's face. His teeth were snow-white, and his attacks became even more vicious as he pressed forward step by step. Qi Meng softly shouted, "Brahma, don't go too far." The Heavenly Hall stole the Rock of Destiny of the Celestial Feather faction, and now they want to keep us here. News of this has already reached the clan. Even if your ancestor is an ancient saint, he will still have to face the endless fury of the Heavenly Hall. The Heavenly Hall will be destroyed. Lord Brahma's temperament was demonic as he said, "I know that your Immortal Feather clan is huge, has a deep foundation, and has an ancient saint overseeing it. However, we did not completely exterminate you. This time, we will form a marriage alliance with your clan. The divinity ores that both of us have gathered together can be refined into the strongest precious liquid. Both of us can share it. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Our descendants will definitely become the strongest experts of the Eternal Kingdom." His body exuded a domineering aura. Even though he was laughing loudly, it made others feel reverence. Many people shouted along, cheering for him. "Brahma, don't be so frivolous." Qi Meng didn't want to say anything more. As a woman, facing such a man, she would be at a disadvantage no matter what she said. Rumble. Both of them used their protective battle garments. However, Qi Meng's divine garments were broken into several pieces when the silver sacred warship was broken. Her defensive capabilities were greatly reduced, and she was forced to retreat. "Qi Meng, even if you had a complete set of divine garments, you would still be no match for me. I have said it before. Within the Immortal Feather Star Ocean, no one of the same generation would dare to compete with me in terms of physical skills." Lord Brahma laughed coldly. His attacks became fiercer, and he was about to capture Qi Meng alive. Yi Fan, who was in the meteorite zone, witnessed everything from afar. He couldn't see clearly, but he also felt that the battle was extraordinary. He didn't want to make a move. Neither of them had anything to do with him. Moreover, in this foreign land, it was hard to tell who was good and who was evil. Rumble. Suddenly, the saint-grade purple warship shot out a beam of light, restraining Qi Meng of the Immortal Feather clan. Purple gas rose, and the nebula chains wrapped around her tightly, making it difficult for her to move. "Robbers from heaven, are you really going to leave no room for negotiation? Taking the Destiny's Rock is fine, but you are also going to capture our clan's princess?" A group of people shouted from behind. Unfortunately, they were already captives and couldn't change anything. From the purple warship, a valiant middle-aged man walked out. His red hair was loose, and he looked like a hawk. His aura was imposing, like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed. Beside him, there was a red-haired woman. She was tall, and her long, slender legs were very eye-catching. She turned her body sideways, and her face couldn't be seen. She said coldly, "Lord Brahma, you don't want to use the divine warship. Why do you have to fight? Do you want to chase after women again? Ancestor told you to be more obedient and not to act rashly. Cousin Fan Xian, is this how you talk to your elder brother?" Brahma glanced at her lazily. Then, he stared at Qi Meng and walked forward. He stretched out his hand to lift her chin and said, "The famous celestial pearl of the eternal kingdom has fallen into my hands. Huh. Let's go back and get married. From then on, Immortal Feather and Heaven will be one family." The people of the Immortal Feather clan angrily rebuked and struggled. Qi Meng was bound by the nebula chains. Her celestial face was crimson, and then frost covered her face, but she couldn't escape. Qi. A scarlet light blocked Lord Brahma's hand. The red-haired middle-aged man walked out of the purple warship and said, "Brahma, you better be more obedient. Don't act rashly." "All right, second uncle." It could be seen that Lord Brahma respected this middle-aged man and didn't dare to go against him. This was because this was the famous Fan Zhou of heaven. He had dominated this sea of stars for thousands of years, and was one of the leaders of heaven. He had a fierce reputation. "Don't worry. Your ancestor also hopes that the supreme immortal physique will reappear. He will help you matchmake." Before this, no one is allowed to mistreat Miss Qi Meng, Fan Zhou said indifferently. Then, he swept his gaze around and ordered the battlefield to be cleaned up. The purple divine warship tore open the void and was about to jump through space. The woman called Fan Xian stepped down and walked towards another warship. "Cousin, where are you going? Are you going to relax? Aren't you going to leave with us?" Lord Brahma asked evilly. "Do you think I'm like you who only knows how to chase after beauties? After seeing Qi Meng, I don't even care about the ambushers. I'm going to clean them up," Fan Xian said. The huge fleet disappeared and the starry sky returned to its tranquil state. A 300-meter-long warship brought 4 300-meter-long ships and rushed towards the meteorite region. Yi Fan cursed inwardly. He had been discovered. He had used the heaven-deceiving formation as a cover, but when he entered this region earlier, he had still emitted a trace of fluctuations. He had long been discovered. He didn't want any unforeseen events to occur. He turned around and left because his ship was relatively small. It was only 300 meters long and would definitely be difficult to match. This ship was as fast as lightning and possessed extreme speed. It rushed into the depths of the cosmos, but unfortunately, it couldn't shake off the pursuit from behind. The other party was catching up quickly and was about to overtake it. "It's just a mineral exploration ship. I wonder which great power it belongs to. Young miss, let me go and take care of it." A burly man covered in hair stood in a flying ship that was over 1,000 feet long. He licked his lips as he spoke, seeming to be very excited. "Long hair just likes to play cat-and-mouse games." "Ha!" In another ship, a bald man with a fierce expression said. Fan Xian nodded in the main ship and said, "All right, capture him alive. I want to see this person. If we didn't discover him entering that meteorite region earlier, it would be really difficult to detect him. He actually hid there and evaded our search." He understood. "Brat, I'm coming. I'll let you have a taste of Sir Longhair's firepower. I'll let you have a taste of ice and fire first. Enjoy it." The huge man shouted excitedly. He activated the warship and shot out 2 beams of light. One was the pure firepower of technological civilization while the other was the magic power formed from interweaving Dao marks. They shot out simultaneously. Yi Fan's expression was cold. He skillfully controlled the ship and rushed into the depths of the cosmos, evading wave after wave of attacks. This brat's technique isn't bad. I like it, haha. The long hair laughed loudly and began to shoot wildly again. Yi Fan was furious. He could hear the other party's shouts through the screen. It was unknown how many years it had been since someone dared to tease him like this. Boom! He began to counterattack and fired out all kinds of firepower. However, this mineral exploration ship was far inferior to the warship behind it. The other party propped up a screen of light and couldn't shoot in at all. Young miss, let me join in as well. This brat's control technique is very strong. He actually evaded such ferocious attacks. I love live targets like this the most, the bald man said with a vicious glint in his eyes. Alright, just leave him alive. Fan Xian nodded. There was a trace of bewilderment on her beautiful face. She didn't expect that Yi Fan wouldn't be shot down after such a long time. Brat, I'm coming too. I'll train you well and prepare to enjoy it to the fullest. The bald man shouted fiercely. All kinds of divine light shot out. There were divine chains of the great Tao and also destructive technological weapons that pierced through the void. Motherf asterisk cur, you two bastards. Yi Fan's expression changed. He discovered that he had been overtaken. At this moment, he was pincered from the front and the back. All kinds of firepower were fired at the same time. His exploration ship was hit. It was useless even if he activated the energy barrier. It had already been penetrated and the hull was about to explode. His control technique had already reached perfection, but this ship was too weak. At this moment, he could only struggle free and rush out of the hull to fly into the starry sky. Brat, are you going to run again? A few spaceships approached and surrounded him. Long Hair cried out. Brat, scream for help. However, it's useless even if you scream your throat out. The bald man's eyes flickered with an ominous glint as he laughed loudly. This was a group of marauders. They usually wandered between life and death. Their heads were all tied to their belts and could be killed at any time. Thus, they used all kinds of methods to reduce their pressure. Teasing their captives was also one of them. Damned Baldy. Yi Fan's eyes shone with cold light. The golden sword between his brows flashed, and with a chi sound, the warship was cut open, causing him to fall out as well. I can't tell, he's got some skills. He has a powerful Tao treasure on him. Everyone, be careful, the bald man shouted, but he wasn't too worried. Of course, they could only use telepathy in the universe. Yi Fan could more or less understand what they were saying. He already had some understanding of this language. Brat, let's have a spar in physical arts. You seem to be very strong, the bald man said fiercely. Sure. Yi Fan replied. He rushed forward and used very little strength to send out a palm strike. In the end, the bald man was still shaken to the ground, and the web between his thumb and forefinger almost split open. Yi Fan rushed over and grabbed the cut warship. With a rumble, he threw it out and smashed it onto the long-haired ship. Instantly, the hull of the ship was deformed, and a cry of pain came from inside. Damn, this brat is really strong. He needs to be taught a lesson. Easily throwing a small hill-sized spaceship in the vacuum of the universe was naturally nothing. If they knew that even on a planet with strong gravity, Yi Fan could easily throw dozens or even hundreds of mountains, they definitely wouldn't dare to fight with him in physical arts. Brat, we won't bully you. We'll fight with physical arts, the long-haired man shouted. Yi Fan's expression didn't change. He still didn't use his full strength. He was afraid of alerting the enemy and letting the red-haired woman escape. Bang! He fought with the fierce Baldy and the long-haired man one after the other, forcing them to retreat. Even though they used their secret arts and artifacts, he still suppressed them. From time to time, he would give them a few kicks at their sore spots, but he didn't give them an overwhelming punishment. Finally, the door of the main ship opened, and a red-haired woman walked out. She wore a purple skirt that flickered with splendor. It was obvious that it was a secret treasure. 2 snow-white, delicate thighs were exposed, glistening and dazzling. It could be said that there were few beauties in the world who could compare to these slender, jade-like legs. "I'll fight with you," Fan Xian said. Before her appearance was revealed, a pair of jade-like legs stepped out. It was incomparably charming. "You?" Yi Fan coldly spat. He looked into the cabin, wanting to see what kind of woman this was. "That's right, it's me. You don't seem to be someone from this star field. If you lose, you'll become my retainer. How about it?" Fan Xian's voice was magnetic. "What if you lose?" Yi Fan said. "Do whatever you want," Fan Xian calmly said. Yi Fan laughed. He actually wanted to fight with his true body. He had never seen anyone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. "Brat, you still dare to laugh? You're 108,000 li away from competing with young Lady Fan in physical arts. Heh, the bloodline power of the descendants of the Brahma heaven battle physique is unparalleled. Who can compete with her in physical arts? This brat thinks he's picked up a great bargain. If he doesn't get beaten half to death this time, I'll be a pig head. Who knows how many people have challenged the young lady these years, but they all returned in defeat. Isn't competing with her in physical arts courting death?" The bald-headed man, the long-haired man, and the others all laughed together. Their eyes flickered with an ominous light. The people from the other 2 battleships and the main ship also walked out, surrounding this place as if they were watching a play. Their eyes were all shining with a mocking light. "Brat, hurry up and admit defeat. Tell us your secret, otherwise you'll have to lie in bed for half a year to recover. You're far from being able to win in your current state. Even if you held back just now and only used 10% of your true strength, you still have no chance of winning against young Lady Fan." Yi Fan was speechless. These people looked as if they were going to eat him up. However, this also made him retract his contempt because this woman was actually a descendant of the Brahma heaven battle physique. Before he came to this star field, he had already heard of the primitive devil physique, Brahma heaven battle physique, Zenith immortal physique, etc. All of them were world-shaking, the strongest physiques that had ever appeared in this star field. Fan Xian's beautiful legs were unparalleled, long and beautiful. She walked out of the cabin door, swaying gracefully. Her figure was tall and slender, revealing a small jade-white waist. Her upper body was also covered in a purple divine robe, revealing a pair of pure white arms that flickered with a sparkling luster. Her chest was very full, as if it wanted to break free. Her long red hair was very bright, and it naturally draped over her shoulders. Her skin was pure white and sparkling, and they set off each other. Her oval face had large watery eyes, and she was extremely beautiful. Together with her bright red lips, this woman looked incomparably moving, sexy, and mysterious. Chapter 1133. Her red hair was soft and shiny. Fan Xian's body was slender, and her legs were so white and perfect that it made people dizzy. Even her subordinates felt their mouths go dry. Fan Xian did not say anything. She extended a slender finger and hooked it at Yi Fan, provoking him. Her lips curled into a smile, and she had a different temperament. "Hey, kid, good luck. Just wait to be trained," the bald man shouted fiercely. "Ha ha ha, who wants to bet with me? I say the lady will beat him up in 3 moves. He won't be able to get out of bed for half a year, and he'll have to be a squire," Longhair shouted. "I don't think so. This kid is a bit different. He'll probably last 5 or 6 moves. I'll bet 10,000 yuan crystals with you," someone said. Bullsh *T. "This kid is only a little stronger than me and Brother Bald," Longhair said with a big grin. Yi Fan looked back at them and said, "Can I also bet with you? If you lose, you'll be my squires." How about that? Where did this kid come from? How can he be so arrogant? A group of people shouted. They all wanted to rush up and beat him up. Kid, are you asking for a beating? How about Elder Longhair work out with you? Longhair shouted. Fan Xian still didn't say anything. She waved her hand at them, and a faint smile appeared on her bright and sexy red lips. Then, she extended a finger and beckoned Yi Fan over. Faced with a beauty's provocation, Yi Fan laughed and said, "If you lose, I can do whatever I want, right?" "That's right, as long as you have the ability," Fan Xian said, raising her white chin. "I'm just afraid you won't admit it when the time comes," crying and screaming. Yi Fan laughed. The people around them were not happy. Before the long-legged beauty could speak, they all started to taunt Yi Fan one by one. "Why don't you find out who Our Lady is? A divine flower from the fairy feather star ocean. Do you really think you can win? This time, you will be beaten to a pulp. Miss has always been a woman of her word. However, you have no hope at all. Just wait to be beaten up." Fan Xian was a bright pearl in the fairy feather star ocean. She was very famous, and everyone knew about her. Her beauty spread far and wide, and in this star area, she was not any weaker than Qi Meng. She had a group of loyal retainers, each of them powerful. Many of them were willing to join her in order to get close to her, and there was no lack of young masters from great powers. It was just that this was a secret mission. She was afraid that the news would leak out, so she didn't bring those people with her. Otherwise, she would usually be surrounded by a group of young elites. Yi Fan glanced at the crowd, then stared at Fan Xian with a smile on his face. "How about this, all of you come at me together. I won't bully you. Let's work together. Good lad, you're quite arrogant. You even dare to ridicule the descendant of the Brahma battle physique. I hope you won't bare your teeth and howl like a ghost later. This guy is asking for a beating. He's too arrogant. Why don't we teach him a lesson first and beat him half to death?" Long hair, bald guy, and the others could not hold back any longer. They all wanted to gang up on Yi Fan and help him loosen his bones. They really could not stand the sight of him. "You are indeed arrogant. I should let you taste some pain." Fan Xian took a step forward and swayed her slender body. Her appearance was beautiful, and her red hair spread out, covering half of her white cheeks. "Come at me together." Yi Fan pointed at bald guy and long hair and said, "Especially that bald guy and that long-haired gorilla. You two are the loudest. Weren't you chasing me just now? This time, come at me together." At that moment, all the important people had left the battleship, and they could not outrun him. Even if they wanted to escape, they could not. Therefore, Yi Fan was no longer worried. "Damn it, you need some training. You can't take it anymore, can you? This great one will let you have a good time. Daring to challenge us, I'll let you have endless fun." Bald guy and long hair's faces darkened. They threw themselves over together, but this time, they were not so lucky. Yi Fan's attacks became heavier, and bald guy became a bloody gourd. His entire body cracked, and his bones continuously broke. Long hair became a hairless gorilla, howling and covered in wounds from the golden Dao sword that flew out from between Yi Fan's brows. Fan Xian's expression finally changed. She knew that Yi Fan's strength was shocking and rarely seen. If he wanted to take these two's lives, the result would be immediately revealed. "All of you, back off." She was like a beautiful snake. Her waist was soft as she shifted over. Her slender hand attacked, drawing out an expanse of dazzling radiance as it stabbed towards Yi Fan's forehead. Pang! Yi Fan brushed out with his hand. A streak of golden light seeped out and swept towards Fan Xian. Then, he continuously released heavy blows like a tiger pouncing on an eagle. His palms and fingers were 100 times sturdier than magical artifacts. They cut through layers of light barriers and sent this slender jade body flying. This brat is so powerful that he can fight against the young miss? Everyone revealed expressions of shock when they saw this. Who were the Fan family? They were the descendants of the Brahma battle physique. The toughness of their fleshly bodies was rarely seen. Even though their battle blood from the past was no longer apparent, they still weren't people that others could contend against. In this star domain, there weren't many cultivators that could compete against the Fan family's body techniques. Even secret treasures could be easily crushed by them. Their divine bravery was unstoppable. You really are a bit special. However, this is still not enough. The corners of Fan Xian's lips curled up slightly, carrying a trace of playfulness. There was also a trace of cold arrogance. Her entire body overflowed with layers of precious splendor. The blood within her slender and sparkling white body surged like a river, releasing waves of thunderous sounds. She began to use the terrifying combat strength inherited from the Brahma battle physique. Yi Fan said, "Is that so? I also want to stretch my muscles a bit. However, I have to remind you that if you lose, you can fulfill your promise." "No problem. I always keep my promises. If you can defeat me, I will be yours tonight." Fan Xian licked her red lips, revealing a flirtatious temperament. However, there was also a trace of callousness as she said, "However, if you lose, you will become my retainer from now on. You can never leave." "Fine, come at me then." Yi Fan laughed. Wang. Fan Xian's aura suddenly became 10 times stronger. Her entire body flowed with a sparkling red luster, as if a heaven-reaching blood qi was gushing out. It was like a red mist, making her look even more alluring. The power inherited from the Brahma battle physique. The group of people beside her shouted. They were all incomparably excited as they watched the battle with wide eyes. In the past, the Brahma battle physique once swept through this world. He was known to be invincible under the starry sky. Since his descendants inherited a part of his bloodline, they are naturally powerful. These people clenched their fists, as if they could already see the scene of Yi Fan being sent flying with his bones broken. Boom! Fan Xian's graceful body contained a terrifying power. The moment her beautiful leg swept over, her combat strength increased by a large amount. Mist flowed, boundlessly terrifying. Right now, not to mention a person with a body of flesh and blood, even an imperial divine weapon could be destroyed by a swing of her leg. This was the reason why Fan Xian was so confident. The power of her bloodline was extraordinary. However, to everyone's surprise, facing this beautiful leg that could easily distort the sky and explode inch by inch, Yi Fan did not dodge at all. His right hand turned golden as he struck forward. Bang! Yi Fan brushed the beautiful leg, and the tip of his finger moved forward. The golden power rushed out like waves. Fan Xian let out a scream. She had a bad premonition. She used an artifact to tear open the void and disappeared, retreating hundreds of meters away. Even so, her entire beautiful leg was numb and painful. When that person's finger brushed past her, it was like a huge hammer smashing on her bone. "Who are you?" Fan Xian stood in the distance, looking at him cautiously. Her face was cold. This person in front of her seemed to be unfathomable. She had thought that he had hidden his strength when he was fighting Baldy and Long Hair. But even if he had only used 10% of his strength, it should not have been enough for her. She did not expect this mysterious young man to be so horrifying. Even when their bodies touched, she had suffered a little. This was definitely a strong opponent. In the distance, a group of robbers was dumbfounded. This person had blocked the power of the Fan family's battle physique and was still safe and sound? Yi Fan smiled, raised his finger, and looked at her beautiful leg. He said, "Such smooth, long legs. It would be a pity if they bled." "Oh, right, do you still mean what you said?" "Arrogant. I can't take it anymore." I want to use the battleship to blow him into pieces. Who has dared to tease Miss like this all these years? This B***** is really strong, but he is too arrogant to tease Miss like this. This is the fairy feather star ocean. He should be beaten up. Baldy, Long Hair, and the others were all angry, but they knew that they would not be able to help. Some of them wanted to enter the battleship to prevent trouble. A slight cracking sound was heard. Fan Xian took off a few pieces of jewelry from her body. A few divine patterns appeared on her body, and they had sealing power. Of course I will keep my word, but only if you can defeat me. Fan Xian's lips curled up. Her red hair contrasted with her white skin, making her look even more beautiful. The sealing power had been broken, and her combat ability was many times stronger. This moved even Yi Fan. This race was indeed extraordinary. This woman was worth his time. Whoosh! Mist flowed, and the terrifying power of the Brahma battle physique was released. Fan Xian was like a peerless warrior. Her whole body flew over, and her legs turned into scissors, aiming for his waist. Yi Fan's body was overflowing with golden light. He fought seriously, and both of his hands were aimed at her ankles. After a series of collisions, Fan Xian retreated. Then, as if she was ascending the heavens, her slender jade-like feet made the sky collapse. Her strength was astonishing. A black hole would appear with every step she took. In the universe, this kind of combat strength was already quite impressive, and in her generation, it could be considered world-shaking. Brahma steps, the young miss was actually forced to use the Brahma steps. There are 33 layers in the heavens. Using this step technique to ascend the heavens can shatter a world with each step, and its power is boundless. If the Brahma steps are displayed to the extreme, any powerful enemy will be trampled into dust. Fan Xian took 6 steps toward Yi Fan, each step filled with power. The black hole she created grew larger and larger, and the darkness of the universe seemed to shatter. It was a shocking sight. However, Yi Fan blocked all of them. Every time, his golden fingertips would strike her jade-like feet. Even though there was a black hole between them, Fan Xian's feet still felt pain. Pang! Fan Xian took the 10th step. Her short skirt and tight-fitting clothes flickered with a purple luster. It was obvious that they were divine clothes that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. Her fair legs, jade-like arms, and small waist were all exposed. She was beautiful and moving. Yi Fan launched a heavy attack, using the Battle Saint technique to produce a sparkling and fiery red furnace. It was precisely the Eternal Universe Emperor furnace, and it wanted to suck this woman in. Fan Xian's expression changed. After the lid of the furnace was opened, a terrifying traction force appeared. She fell down and was about to fall into the divine furnace in the other party's arms. Yi Fan's lips curled into a smile. He stretched out a finger and hooked it at her in the sky, issuing a similar provocation. You! Fan Xian was angry. The amethyst divine clothes set off her exquisite curves, and her sparkling white body was incomparably moving. This was an extremely outstanding woman, like a peerless beauty under the starry skies. Chapter 1134. Fan Xian struggled with all her might. Her bright red hair danced in the wind, draping over her jade-like neck and chest. However, she was unable to escape the vortex formed by the blood-red Eternal Universe furnace. Now that Yi Fan's cultivation was profound, the ancient Great Emperor Immortal furnace he produced was extremely lifelike, as if it was cast from phoenix blood and scarlet gold. It was brilliant and sparkling, releasing strands of scarlet multicolored light that wrapped around this wonderful body. Brahma steps! Fan Xian shouted. A halo appeared under her feet, and thousands of Tao traces spread out in all directions. The cold and dark universe collapsed, and the black abyss connected. She took a dozen steps and struggled to break free. She cut off the imperial furnace and wanted to fly up into the sky. Yi Fan looked up and pointed at her short skirt. With an impudent expression, he said, "You're exposed." Ah! Fan Xian's face turned red. This was the first time she screamed in anger. She closed her legs and spun like a top, shooting up into the sky. "Lady Fan, I have to say that your beautiful legs are unparalleled. The only downside is that your skirt is too long." Yi Fan laughed loudly. Everyone was dumbfounded. This brat was too arrogant. He dared to tease the thorny fire immortal Rose Fan Xian in the fairy feather star ocean. In the past, people like this would have been thrown into the black hole of the universe. Fan Xian closed her legs. Her purple skirt flashed and extended downwards, becoming a battle armor. It flickered with a cold metallic luster, but it also made her white and slender legs even more dazzling. Her hair danced in the wind as she stared at Yi Fan. A purple light shot out from her palm, and a purple gold divine sword appeared in her hand. Dong! This was an extremely terrifying purple gold sword. Usually, she used her arm as a sheath to nourish it. It was extremely sharp, and the moment it appeared, it shone with a chaotic purple light that was dazzling. Lady Fan is angry. This is her treasure, and it will accompany her to the saint level. Legend has it that when it was forged, it was mixed with godly purple gold, and it is indestructible. Dang! However, what surprised everyone was that Yi Fan only used his golden fist to block the sword, and a string of terrifying sparks flew. Clang! Golden blood energy filled the sky. Yi Fan went against the heavens to meet Fan Xian. His palm turned into a golden heavenly tablet with flickering runes. It was 3 meters tall, and it collided with the purple gold divine sword, causing it to tremble and hum. Everyone was stunned. This was not an ordinary scene. Not to mention Fan Xian, even her second uncle Fan Zhou did not have such a powerful body. This sword could become a saint artifact at any time. It was forged by an ancient saint for her, a secret treasure that she had nurtured for many years. It was precisely for the sake of matching her so that she could advance into the saint level together with her. Impossible. Is his fleshly body even stronger than Lady Fan Xian's? The bald man and the long-haired man felt a headache, and they felt as if they had. Tian of the sword. She stood there and continued to slash. The rays of the sword interweaved, and Yi Fan was shocked. She had such a complicated technique, and it was beyond his expectations. The chaotic sword energy contained the terrifying power of space law, and it formed a black door. It was trying to send him into a foreign land. This was a star door constructed by the invincible chaotic sword energy. It was connected to the dark prison, and the enemy would be banished there forever. The bald man and the others were excited, and they watched carefully. The dark prison was a prison in the fairy feather star ocean, and it was used to lock up serious criminals. It was a place where one could only enter, and there was no way out. Yi Fan was surprised. It was the first time he had seen a sword will penetrate the void, interweave the space law, and build a star door. It was indeed a wonderful and unique technique. Boom! He put his hands together, and it was as if 2 golden millstones were rotating. The sword energy and the star door were crushed, and a rain of light scattered in the universe, shining like a comet. Fan Xian's attack was easily disintegrated, and it turned into rays of dazzling light. Her arm, which was holding the purple gold sword, was trembling slightly. She had been hit by the huge force just now, and she almost lost her grip. The blood of the nirvana flowed in her body, and she had been tempered by various ancient techniques. Her corporeal body was extremely strong, and if it was someone else, they would have been smashed into pieces long ago. Yi Fan had a faint smile on his face, and he did not say anything. He hooked his finger at her again, provoking her in her own way. Fan Xian was so angry that her teeth hurt. It was the first time she felt that the kid in front of her was so hateful. If she really took him in as a servant, she would make him suffer. Her eyes suddenly turned into 2 bright spheres of light, like 2 small suns. Her aura rose continuously, and the purple-gold sword hovered above her head, protecting her body. Her blood was rumbling, flushing the walls of her blood vessels. A towering battle intent rushed up, and her entire body emitted the radiance of an ancient deity. The Nirvana battle physique emphasized on conquering the world through battle. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, I am the sole ruler, and it required a kind of invincible spirit. In ancient times, the corporeal body was known to be unparalleled. Lines of patterns appeared on the surface of her body, and her sparkling white body was filled with the aura of the great Tao. Every inch was dazzling. With a light shout, she turned into a beam of light and rushed over. It was a confrontation of body techniques, and close combat. Fan Xian's battle prowess soared, and he displayed the Brahma 8 Sands Ho created by his ancestor. Every move contained the profound mysteries of the universe, and they were profound beyond profound. Yi Fan was enveloped in brilliant immortal multicolored light. She didn't have a true battle physique, so she naturally couldn't compare to Yi Fan's corporeal body. However, this kind of wondrous technique was indeed boundlessly terrifying. Every attack contained the power of a star domain, and it increased her battle prowess. The Nirvana 8 techniques and Nirvana steps were comparable to the wondrous techniques of ancient emperors. Yi Fan was deeply shocked. He didn't know how powerful her ancestor was. Could it be that she was really an ancient emperor? Pang! Both of Yi Fan's hands joined together again, and strands of holy splendor emerged, destroying all of Fan Xian's attacks. She was also sent flying, and blood trickled down from the corner of her mouth. Young miss, lost. The descendant of the Nirvana battle physique was defeated by a nameless brat. Was this heaven-defying? The group of robbers were all shocked. They couldn't believe this result. The Fan clan's member was defeated in a contest of physical strength. It was simply like a fantasy story. He must have used the most powerful evolutionary liquid. Could it be that the supreme immortal physique or the primitive devil physique has revived? The group of people were apprehensive. You've lost. Does that mean you belong to me now? Yi Fan's lips carried a hint of a smile. I haven't lost yet. Fan Xian's expression was calm, but one could see the panic in her heart through her watery eyes. All kinds of wondrous techniques were used, and she attacked Yi Fan. Pa! Dang! Yi Fan attacked, using his pure physical strength to break down all of her secret techniques. His entire body overflowed with strands of golden divine splendor, and his entire body became golden. His attacks were bold and unstoppable. Fan Xian was sent flying several times. She was simply not his opponent, and the few half-sage tools protecting her body were all shattered. Golden blood, you are the legendary. Indestructible golden body. You dug out all of your potential, or did you use the most powerful evolutionary liquid? Fan Xian cried out in surprise. Heh, you're exposing yourself again. Yi Fan raised his head and looked up without dodging in the slightest. He said with a smile, don't always think that you're so aloof. What's the point of standing so high? Looking down on the common people? Unfortunately, it's only me. Fan Xian's skin was like fine jade, but at this moment, black lines appeared on her forehead. She didn't say a single word, and with a stance of risking her life, she launched her most powerful attack. Can you blame me for this? You're used to being high and mighty, so I can only look up to you. Yi Fan laughed loudly. The bald man, the long-haired giant, and the others all cursed at the same time. All of their faces were flushed with anger as they shouted and made guesses. Can this bastard be any more shameless? Where did he come from? How come I've never heard of him? Such a freakish physique couldn't be a nobody. In their opinion, although he might not be the strongest in the Eternal Kingdom, he would definitely be a heavenly genius in the other star fields. They firmly believed that only an expert born in this ancient star could become the #1 under the starry sky. I think he's almost comparable to the legendary Supreme Immortal physique and Brahma battle physique. Fan Xian let out a clear whistle and spat out a cloud that quickly enveloped the entire place, rendering the clairvoyance useless. This was the Brahma battle chi. The void distorted, and black holes appeared one after another. This was a terrifying technique. The Brahma domain affected this part of the universe, turning it into a special field. Fan Xian's talent was shocking enough. Even without relying on her bloodline, she was still a terrifying genius. Devouring, melting, disintegrating, all kinds of terrifying powers wreaked havoc, wanting to obliterate Yifan's golden body. Boom! A pure white lotus arm slashed across from the black hole with a violet gold ancient sword, shattering the entire place. Ding! Yifan flicked his finger and shook off the long sword. He circulated the army formula and, at the same time, took advantage of the momentum to snatch the sword and capture her in one go. He grabbed a smooth, snow-white arm and placed the sword on her neck. A mermaid's smooth and sparkling back was pressed against his chest as she struggled with all her might. Fan Xian's whole body glowed as she unleashed all kinds of wondrous techniques. She wanted to pierce through Yifan's body, but all of them were cancelled out by his golden domain. Buzz! Fan Xian's beautiful legs suddenly swung high into the air and kicked toward Yifan's skull. The attack was swift and terrifying, but it also displayed the flexibility and elegance of her figure. Bang! Yifan reached out with a single hand and firmly grabbed onto this fair and slender jade leg. He pressed it against her chest where it flickered with a lustrous luster. You've got quite the temper. Be careful that I don't bring you around like this in the sea of stars. Let me go. Fan Xian's skin turned bright red. She wanted to cut Yifan into 8 pieces. He had actually profaned her like this. This was something that had never happened before. Let go of the young miss. The Baldy and the others shouted. Retreat. Suddenly, another divine sense fluctuation arrived from dozens of kilometers away. The main battleship started up and turned into a stream of light before disappearing into the depths of the cosmos. Yifan was stunned. That was clearly Fan Xian's divine sense transmission. Then who was the person in her hand? He knew he had been tricked. This was only an incarnation. When she had released her Brahma battle chi just now, she had formed a domain to obstruct the heaven's eye and escaped. Yifan suppressed this incarnation. He used the Rho formula and turned into a bolt of lightning that smacked the Baldy, the long hair, and the others away. He also shattered their flying ships, leaving only one for himself. Thousands of kilometers away, Fan Xian stopped and muttered to herself, "Indestructible golden body, it's actually the legendary indestructible golden body. This is a supreme body that any great force would want to rope in." Suddenly, her face turned red and she felt uncomfortable. She gritted her teeth in anger and said, "How dare you, touch me?" If the incarnation was far away from the main body, it wouldn't be a big deal. But at this moment, they were only a few thousand kilometers apart. It could be said that she felt the same way as the main body. Her soft and beautiful snake-like body immediately twisted and turned red. Yifan stood in front of the group of captives with Fan Xian's incarnation in custody and swept his eyes over them one by one. These people were panting and glaring at him. Not a single one of them submitted. In the distance, there was a flash of light and the 1,000 feet long battleship returned. Fan Xian's true body walked out of the cabin. Her tall and slender figure was extremely beautiful. "Young miss, just now this bastard profaned you in all kinds of ways. It doesn't matter if it's what he should or shouldn't touch. No, he shouldn't touch anywhere. In any case, he touched everything. He should cut off that hand of his." Fan Xian staggered when she heard these people's words. Her slender legs went soft and she almost fell. She glared at them and then stared at Yifan. Yifan said righteously, "Don't listen to their nonsense. I was just checking how your physique is. The Brahma battle body lives up to its reputation, it's beautiful to the extreme. Chapter 1135. Fan Xian grinded her shiny silver teeth. What did extreme beauty have to do with the Brahma battle physique? This fellow was just a cheap mouth that wanted to be stepped on. He was too hateful. You still dared to come back. You really exceeded my expectations. Yi Fan laughed mischievously. If I didn't come back, would you have killed all my subordinates? Fan Xian asked. Not necessarily. I'm a magnanimous person. Even though I was chased by you guys for a period of time, teaching them a lesson was enough to vent my anger. At most, I would have thrown them into a black hole and let them fend for themselves, Yi Fan said. The group of people were scared. Apart from the most powerful physiques, how many people could remain unscathed beside a black hole? They would definitely turn into dust and die a clean death. Oh right, you've lost. Are you here to fulfill your promise? Yi Fan had an expectant expression, but no one knew what his true intentions were. Fan Xian was so angry that her face turned red. She ground her teeth and said in a faint voice, I'm here to save them. I will pay a high price for my bet with you. You're quite loyal. But what kind of price can make you compare to a peerless beauty? I remember hearing you say that you're mine tonight. Yi Fan teased. I will give you the most precious divine object in the human world. It is extremely useful for cultivation and can help you break through continuously, reaching an unimaginable realm, Fan Xian said. There's such a thing in the human world? Yi Fan asked. Correct, it's the most powerful evolution liquid. We've already excavated many divine ores, and it won't be long before we can start refining them. Perhaps you don't know what this represents, but if you ask anyone in Eternal Kingdom, they will understand. It can allow one to walk on the most powerful path and transform into a god at the ultimate realm. Fan Xian said solemnly. So you're saying that you don't have anything right now? It's just an empty promise. Whether or not you can successfully refine the precious liquid is still unknown. Yi Fan frowned. The rarest Heaven's Mandate stone has been obtained, and all obstacles have been swept through. We have an ancient method to refine the pure precious liquid in the shortest amount of time. Fan Xian said. She tried her best to entice Yi Fan, wanting him to join heaven. The reason why she made the bet with him was because she hoped to take in a powerful retainer. She had long seen that this person definitely came from the other side, and now, it was proven that he might have one of the most powerful bloodlines. Moreover, his talent was astonishing, so he was even more worth roping in. Otherwise, he would have been invited by other kings. You were clearly the one who lost, and you still haven't fulfilled your promise. Why do you want me to join you and serve heaven? You're too cunning. Yi Fan sneered. I'm not taking you in as a retainer. Rather, I'm inviting you to become a first-rank guest elder. You'll only listen to me and not listen to me. You'll be completely free, Fan Xian said seriously. Then, he explained the pros and cons to him in detail. In Eternal Kingdom, only the most powerful factions had the ability to refine the strongest evolution liquid. Even if the rest could find divine ores, it would be useless. Moreover, the management of this star field was extremely strict. If someone from the outer realms barged in and was discovered, they would immediately be surrounded and attacked. In this civilized system where technology and great Tao coexisted, it was very difficult for outsiders to hide. That was because once they entered a city or a certain area, there would be a strict bloodline test. Especially if people knew that his constitution was special and that his bloodline was ancient and noble, supreme experts would definitely be drawn out to seize his divine blood. Yi Fan frowned. He discovered that Fan Xian's eloquence wasn't bad. She was clearly a prisoner, but now, he was slightly tempted. If you can refine the strongest constitution evolution liquid, your constitution will be tempered in all aspects. In the future, you will most likely be able to fight against the true supreme immortal physique and primitive devil physique. You might even be able to stand shoulder to shoulder. Fan Xian couldn't be sure how pure Yi Fan's golden body bloodline was. In her opinion, it might be more than 10 generations later. However, this was enough. She could use the evolution liquid to completely awaken the dormant divine blood in his body. Before this, Yi Fan had already searched through part of the sea of consciousness of the Baldy and the long-haired man. He believed that Fan Xian's words were true and not exaggerated. The only thing he was worried about was that the Fan family had an ancient saint. This was the most terrifying thing because it could truly threaten his life. Moreover, several saint battleships could only deal fatal damage to him during a decisive battle in space. Normally, he wouldn't have to worry about them at close range. You come from the outer realms and pay attention to excavating your own treasures. My ancestor might be able to help you, Fan Xian said. Yi Fan laughed dryly. It would be best if he didn't meet such a terrifying character. He had no interest in receiving any guidance. From the Baldy's Sea of Consciousness, he learned that this ancient saint was hiding in a certain part of the Sea of Stars. He was in seclusion all year round and rarely concerned himself with worldly affairs. He thought about it and felt that he could go there. That was because he had a secret treasure given to him by the Skyjade Saint. It could sense the fluctuations of ancient saints and allow him to escape in advance. Also, from the looks of things, Fan Xian sincerely hoped that he could join them. There shouldn't be any conflicts of interest in the short term because he had already searched through the immortal foundation of that incarnation. The Azure Emperor had appeared in this starry space before. The strongest evolution liquid was so miraculous that it was extremely tempting to him. Maybe he could increase his cultivation speed here. The path to immortal ascension in another world was about to open. He needed to be strong enough to face it. He felt a sense of urgency. I've only just severed my Tao. If I go there, I won't be treated as prey by those uncles of yours because of my special bloodline, right? Yi Fan spoke. He naturally concealed his strength. During the process of fighting with Fan Xian, he didn't go all out to circulate his Tao. Hence, Fan Xian didn't know that he was a cultivator who had just severed his Tao not long ago. Don't worry, no matter where you go, all the major powers would do their best to rope you in. My uncles aren't such short-sighted people. Fan Xian smiled. Yi Fan nodded, he wasn't afraid. Other than that ancient saint, if anyone else wanted to fall out with him, he believed that he could crush them all. He let go of Fan Xian's incarnation. Before letting go, he slapped her perky buttocks, causing both her main body and incarnation to cry out in alarm. They almost fought with their lives on the line. Yi Fan rubbed the bald man's shiny head, trying to get a feel while undoing the restrictions. He laughed loudly and said, "So shiny, even cleaner than a monk." After that, he pulled out a handful of the long-haired giant's chest hair and tossed it out, undoing the restrictions on the group of captives. Motherf *Ker, this brat deserves a beating. He's too much. The bald man panted heavily. Normally, no one dared to tease his shiny head. The long-haired man was also roaring in discontent, but he didn't dare to go forward. If he did, he would probably be stabbed to death with a single finger. In the future, we'll all be on the same side. Don't have any conflicts and tolerate each other, Fan Xian said. They boarded the main battleship and began their return journey to the starry sea where the heavens were. However, at this time, a wave of fluctuations came from the distance as a colossus appeared. On the screen, it was clearly displayed that this was a powerful fleet. There were dozens of ships, and in the center was a golden battleship that emitted saint-level fluctuations. They are the plunderers from the original demon Star Ocean. They are our enemies. Fan Xian's beautiful face changed. In this world, there were a few places with life. Among them, the main star was called Eternity, and it was located in the center. This ancient star was incomparably huge. There were a few other small life stars, Fairy Feather, Original Demon, and Divine Land. They weren't too far from the main star, Eternity. It was as if they were protecting it in the center. The plunderers from the Fairy Feather Star Ocean and the original Demon Star Ocean often clashed. They hated each other and had fought many times over the years. Fan Xian gave the order to fly at top speed, wanting to avoid the people from the original Demon Star Ocean. It's too late. They have a saint-level ship that can perform space jumps. This time, we're most likely dead. Fan Xian's face was snow-white. However, the Golden Saint ship didn't chase after them. Instead, there were a few warships that were thousands of zhang long that turned into lightning and chased after them. They didn't want to let them go. Hey, that Golden Saint ship is damaged. There are terrifying claw marks on it. How terrifying must the creature be to leave such marks? Fan Xian was shocked. They saw the condition of the Golden Saint ship through the screen. The claw marks on it were so thick that they almost caused it to collapse. This giant beast is at least thousands of zhang long. They were attacked by an extremely powerful life form in the depths of the universe. They were lucky to return. There are a few survey ships in the fleet that are extremely damaged. This means that they went to mine. To use such a huge fleet and a saint-level flagship, they must have found a divine mine. Even though they were attacked by the giant beast, they still returned with so many ships. The losses weren't too great. This means that they might have successfully obtained the divine mine. The ships most likely have rare main materials of the same grade as the Destiny Rock. Fan Xian quickly made a series of judgments. His eyes were fervent as he said, "If we can bring back the news, it will be equivalent to making a great contribution. But, we have to get through this first." Baldy and the others were all sullen. Behind them, the 3,000 zhang long warships chased after them. They were faster than them and shot out beams of light that could pierce through them at any time. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that the Golden Saint ship was damaged and couldn't jump through space. Otherwise, they could wipe them out in a matter of seconds. The one in front is Fan Xian. It's that thorny flame Immortal Rose. Capture her alive for me, haha. An arrogant laughter transmitted over. Through the screen, Yi Fan and the others saw a purple-haired male. He was quite handsome, but no matter how they looked at him, he didn't seem like a good person. He was laughing at Fan Xian continuously. It's Mo Feng from Origin Demon Star Ocean. Fan Xian's expression wasn't very good. It was clear that she had an old grudge with this person. If she was captured today, she would definitely wish she were dead. Huh. My little Xian, you better not run. Our families are well matched and both of us are plunderers. We are a perfect match. Mo Feng shouted loudly. Hong. A huge beam of light flew over and pierced through the energy barrier. Fan family's 1,000 zhang long warship was riddled with holes and was on the verge of destruction. The three warships traveled at top speed and overtook them. The huge beam of light shot over again and blossomed with dazzling flames. The 1,000 zhang long warship exploded on the spot and turned into cosmic dust. It's over. What do we do? The Fan family members who had already rushed out were all pale. Even Fan Xian frowned. Being blocked by enemies from Origin Demon Star Ocean wouldn't have a good ending. I'll open up a path. Fan Xian's entire body shone. A secret treasure appeared from her body and enveloped everyone, including Yi Fan. She tore open space and flew forward. Young miss, let us go. This kind of secret treasure's power will decrease with each additional person. You should escape first and bring reinforcements. I've already sent out a call for help. I think we'll receive reinforcements soon. We just need to persevere. Fan Xian said. There are cosmic storms in this place. It's very difficult to send a message. It most likely won't succeed. The Baldy was worried. This secret treasure tore open the void and flew over 600 li. However, it was too short in the cosmos. They were quickly discovered by several warships who locked onto them and rushed over in an instant. We can't escape. They've sealed the void. Fan Xian clenched her teeth. Everyone's faces were ashen. It was as if they could already see the tragic ending. All of them gripped their weapons tightly and prepared to fight to the death. Huh. Fan family's girl, I've been yearning for you day and night. I didn't think we'd be so fated to meet in this starry sky. Mo Feng laughed, but his face was grim. Fan Xian brought Yi Fan with her when she escaped. He felt that they could temporarily cooperate. At this moment, he took out a chessboard formation platform and prepared to cross the starry sky. Brat, don't waste your energy. This place has been sealed. There's no way to open the star door. Longhair said in a low voice. Yi Fan ignored him. This was an ancient emperor's formation rune. Even though it was only at the entry level, it would be strange if it couldn't cross the void. Fan lass, follow me. This time, we've gained quite a lot. We've obtained an absolute life stone. It won't be long before we can refine the most powerful precious liquid. Mo Feng laughed. He then coldly swept his gaze over the others and said, as for them, kill them all. That brat is using an ascetic cultivation method to sacrifice the formation platform. He really doesn't know what he's talking about. He wants to escape from the sealed divine domain. Too naive. Someone's eyes shot out cold light. Kill him for me first. Leave no one alive apart from Fan Xian. Mo Feng pointed at Yi Fan. A beam of light shot out from the Thousand Zhang battleship, wanting to start the slaughter with Yi Fan. Wang. Unexpectedly, a formation rune tore apart the universe and opened a realm gate. The inside was misty and led to an unknown starry sky. Yi Fan was the first to rush in. This brat is a true god. He can tear apart the sealed space. The Baldy and the others cried out. Fan Xian disappeared in a flash. They all followed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The giant battleship shot out hundreds and thousands of beams of light that swept through the realm gate, but it couldn't stop them. Mo Feng's expression changed. Not good, they actually escaped. Hurry and change the course. Send out a message and ask for reinforcements from the Origin Devil Star Sea. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, Yi Fan and the others walked out of the realm gate. They were far away from the battlefield, but compared to the coordinates of the starry sky, they didn't move very far. Alright, we avoided the cosmic storm in that area. Hurry and send a message back to the clan. We might have a great harvest. Fan Xian was somewhat excited. Not long after, a giant stargate appeared. 2 purple giant battleships rushed out, followed by a huge fleet. Fan Zhou from the Immortal Feather Star Sea had come. He was driving the divine implement that had captured Qi Meng not long ago. In addition, there was another divine ship. Little girl, is the news you sent true? Fan Zhou asked. Yes, the people from the Origin Devil Sea obtained the absolute beginning life stone. Their divine ship was damaged and can no longer jump through space, Fan Xian answered. She led Yi Fan and the others onto the giant ship that was flashing with purple light. Huh. That's great. In the other divine ship, the red-haired youth, Fan Zhou, had an evil smile on his face. Then, he revealed a cold expression and said, Mo Feng dares to have designs on my sister. This time, your clan will not be able to bear the consequences. When we get back, I will give you a great merit. Fan Zhou was 2 heads taller than ordinary people. His red hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were sharp, and he looked like a wolf king. The huge fleet opened another stargate and chased after Mo Feng and the others. They didn't want to let them escape because the absolute beginning life stone was related to a lot of things. This was a rare mineral. Many generations of people couldn't find even a small piece of it. It could replace 2 main materials to refine the strongest evolution liquid. It was a rare and wondrous stone. Fan Zhou, accompanied by Fan Xian, arrived in front of Yi Fan. In his eyes, mountains and rivers changed, the sun and moon fell, and the stars rotated. All kinds of terrifying scenes appeared. He was a powerful person. I heard from Fan Xian that you were the one who helped them escape and spread the news. If we get the absolute beginning life stone, we can refine it immediately. At that time, we will give you the celestial liquid that can help you increase a few levels. Yi Fan's heart was stirred. If he could really break through here and increase a few levels, would he immediately become a saint? This made him feel uneasy. Chapter 1136. In the darkness of the universe, huge battleships were flashing with silver radiance. The cold metallic luster was bone-chilling as they sailed towards a sea of stars in an orderly manner. Although this fleet looked majestic up close, it was nothing compared to the vastness of the universe. Many star regions were the same since time immemorial, and loneliness was the eternal theme. Target found. The large screen showed a fleet of battleships. In the center was a golden battleship that was several thousand meters long. It was carved with patterns of the Great Tao, simple and imposing. Leave no one alive. Kill them all. Fan Zhou shouted. The purple battleship he was on was the first to rush over and shoot out thousands of light beams. Attack the flagship and seize the absolute beginning life stone. Then, we can refine the strongest evolution fluid. Hope is right in front of us. Fan Zhou waved his hand mercilessly and gave the final order. In this star region, all kinds of light beams shot out, and all kinds of battleships exploded. The huge ball of light turned into a dazzling light that swept across the star region. Boom! A small planet exploded, and the terrifying light drowned the star region in front. Then, an even more violent energy storm wreaked havoc. The fleet was engulfed by the flames and turned into cosmic dust. A large area became a land of death as both sides fought fiercely. Fan Zhou, you've stretched your hand too far. Do you want to fight to the death with our original demon Star Ocean? A dignified voice came from the Golden Saint Tool. Stop talking nonsense. How did you chase after my niece just now? You provoked us first. If you don't give us a divine mineral today, don't think about leaving alive. Fan Zhou shouted. On the Fan clan side, the two Saint Tools propped up a huge light screen and blocked all the attacks. On the contrary, the enemy was not so lucky. All kinds of battleships exploded and disintegrated. The usually cold universe was now completely boiling. Endless light beams shot out, and many small planets in the surroundings were affected. They exploded one after another, forming a terrible storm. Yi Fan calmly looked at everything. Facing the attack of the Saint Tool battleships, perhaps only saints could withstand it. If he fought from a distance, he would definitely suffer a grievance. This kind of battleship was extremely powerful. Unlike other Saint Tools, it was specially prepared for long-range battles. It was the product of the perfect combination of the Great Tao and technology. This was a massacre because the strength of both sides was not equal. How could a damaged Saint ship withstand the attack of two Saint Tools? Boom! There was no blood flowing, no white bone fragments flying, but it was even more cruel, because after the warship broke apart, nothing was left behind, everyone could only turn into ashes. This was a bitter battle. The people of the Origin Demon Sea suffered heavy losses. The difference in strength was too great. Lives were lost in the flames, and their souls turned to smoke. Yi Fan was speechless. This star domain wasn't inferior to the Big Dipper, and it was even crueler. All kinds of divine laws of the Great Tao flickered, and all kinds of destructive martial arts attacked and reaped lives. They killed without spilling blood. As the stars exploded and fell, the battlefield became incomparably vast. Every battleship that was destroyed would leave behind a black hole. Boom! The golden holy ship on the other side couldn't hold on any longer. It was already damaged to begin with, and now, it was even worse off. At this moment, a golden body rushed out from within. Fan Zhou, I will fight you to the death. This was a golden giant that was over 10 zhang tall, cast from an unknown type of divine gold. In its hands was a golden holy sword. It tore open the void, attacking in this direction. Mo Zhan, do you think I'm afraid of you? I've wanted to kill you for a long time. Fan Zhou also rushed into the star domain. His body was inside a giant purple body that was over 10 zhang tall, and in his hands was a purple golden spear. Without a doubt, these were all saint tools, supreme treasures refined from the great Tao. They could also be considered the deities contained within the universal holy ship, and they were incomparably powerful. The two giants were covered densely in Tao marks, and resplendent divine splendor curled around them. All kinds of light beams attacking them were useless. These were saint tools, and a great battle unfolded between the two. Mo Zhan held the giant golden sword in his hands and hacked over. The beam of light reached tens of thousands of zhang, and it was like a saint fighting. Dang! Fan Zhou blocked with the purple spear in his hands. A string of bewitching divine splendor burst forth, collapsing a part of the starry sky and causing a terrifying collapse of this place. The battle between two great experts was like a battle between ancient saints. Their bodies were contained within the divine tools, and their battle prowess was raised to an extremely terrifying level. Boom! With a sweep of the golden holy sword, a star in front of it was split apart, and it turned into a giant meteor that flew in all directions. It struck 7 or 8 small battleships, and they instantly turned into flames. I heard that cultivators like you all rely on your own physical bodies to fight and don't use external tools. Is that true? The bald man moved closer to Yi Fan. That's right. True experts can catch saint tools with their bare hands. Yi Fan nodded. Fan clan, you've gone mad. Just wait to suffer the wrath of the original demon sea. We won't rest until you're dead. The battle between the fleets continued, but the Mo clan suffered heavy losses, and a large number of experts fell. Mo Feng, you dare to have designs on my cousin. This time, I'll teach you a lesson. Hand over your life. Fan Tian took action. He was definitely a black-hearted and merciless person. He used the divine tool to rampage about, and he slaughtered more than half of the plunderers in the original demon sea. At this moment, he stared at Mo Feng. He didn't want to fight with him, so he directly activated the holy ship. Large amounts of purple lightning interweaved, and at the same time, there was primal chaos mist mixed within. He used a great Tao weapon, directly tearing apart that giant ship that was over 1,000 zhang in length, causing it to quickly break apart. Fan Tian, your old ancestor gave you this name. It's the same as your ancestor's title, to display your bravery. Do you dare fight against me? Mo Feng shouted. He rushed into the starry sky at the crucial moment and didn't die along with the warship's disintegration. Fan Tian was extremely handsome, but when he smiled, his domineering aura overflowed into the heavens. There was a trace of cruelty as he said, I have such a great advantage. Did a donkey kick me in the head to fight against your flesh? Chi! Purple lightning interweaved in the sky. Primal chaos surged, and the great Tao attacks became more and more ferocious. The nebula chains pierced through the void, surrounding Mo Feng. Light flickered about, and divine splendor erupted in tens of thousands of streaks. All right, I admit defeat. Mo Feng was rather straightforward. If he resisted, he would undoubtedly die. He had his hands behind his back, allowing the nebula chains to land on his body, binding him firmly. Of course, he wasn't as lucky as Chi Meng. Fan Tian wouldn't show him any mercy. The light beam didn't decrease, and lightning danced about. Mo Feng's entire body was scorched black, and several dozen bones were broken. Mo Feng was rather unyielding. He didn't release a snort, allowing Fan Tian to take action and capture him. Cripple him, just leave him half dead. Brahma was very decisive, and gave such an order. Don't act rashly. I'll deal with you later. In the distance, Fan Zhou spoke. His body was within the purple divine artifact, and with the war spear in hand, he pierced through that golden giant. He was also on the verge of victory. Hong! Suddenly, the enormous ship that Fan Xian, Yi Fan, and the others were on was attacked. There were experts who tore open the void and charged in. Fan Zhou controlled the purple golden giant and slaughtered his way out. This holy ship lacked deities, so its defensive strength was reduced to the lowest possible level. These people successfully broke in. This holy ship was in perfect condition. These people were under Mo Zhan's orders, using secret treasures to break in and occupy it. If Mo Zhan could control the golden deity, he could immediately carry out a spatial jump, and then they could smoothly escape. This was a group of experts. After entering, they quickly attacked, killing a large group of people. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. The Everlasting Kingdom truly wasn't inferior to the Big Dipper Alliance. It was extremely cruel. Pooh! Blood splashed everywhere. Both sides suffered heavy losses. There was actually a super powerful half-saint among them. He attacked the control room and quickly occupied it. It was obvious that he was a direct descendant of the Mo family. Destroy this ship. Fan Xian decisively gave the order. He personally took action to destroy the important systems. This was the outer shell of a divine artifact. As long as the deity within was still alive, the ship could be reconstructed. Right now, they couldn't let the enemy control it, or else it would be troublesome. Naturally, there were also many people who attacked Yi Fan. Those who could board were all experts. He protected the Baldy and the others behind him, using the mountain-embracing imprint to fight. He didn't reveal his true strength, but this was already enough. Large groups of people collapsed, their bones broken and tendons torn. Blood splashed everywhere, and many people died a violent death. Hurry and stop him. Kill this brat, or else we'll let them destroy the ship. A few middle-aged men shouted. All the experts rushed over. Dao marks interweaved and secret treasures danced about as they attacked Yi Fan and Fan Xian. Battle intent surged, and the ones leading them were the three Dao Severers. Yi Fan's entire body flowed with golden light. As soon as the mountain-embracing imprint appeared, blood and flesh splashed everywhere. White bones flew in all directions, and several dozen people died in the blink of an eye. There was even a Dao Severer who had his head smashed apart by a single palm strike. Let's retreat. That half-saint might be coming. Fan Xian said. His gaze was chilly, and he wasn't anxious at all. It was as if he had a card up his sleeve. Yi Fan brought up the rear like a golden war god. The people of the original Demon Sea didn't dare to approach. They all felt restraining fear when facing him. They felt that it would be fine as long as they were chased off the ship. Fan Universe, many thanks for giving me this undamaged holy ship. I'll express my thanks to you the next time we meet. Mo Zhan's ice-cold voice transmitted over. He immediately reversed the situation. He took another spear strike, and a large hole was pierced through the golden deity's chest. He disappeared from his original location and rushed into the purple holy ship. Now that we have the golden deity, we can carry out a spatial jump. Let's return to the original Demon Sea. The half-saint who occupied the main control room shouted, ordering everyone to move. He. Fan Zhou sneered. He didn't chase after them, nor did he stop them. He stood there with the spear in his hand. Suddenly, blazing purple light surged, and the entire warship was submerged in purple splendor. It was completely sealed and turned into a cage. Mo Zhan, do you want to borrow the way? You don't know that I also want to invite you into my trap. I've already prepared this cage for you. Fan Zhou laughed loudly, and his gaze was extremely chilly. You, actually set up a trap for me. Fan Zhou, you're really something. Mo Zhan said hatefully. Hand over the absolute beginning life stone, and I guarantee that your lives will not be in danger. Otherwise, you all know my character. When the time comes, none of you can even think about living. Fan Zhou said coldly. He stood in the void of the cosmos, and he was incomparably swift and fierce. The battles elsewhere had also ended. Many warships surrounded this place, and the plunderers of the original Demon Sea were completely routed. The only remaining direct descendants were all trapped in the purple holy ship. Mo Zhan was silent for a long time, and then he said, I hope you keep your word. Don't worry, the old ancestors of our two families have a certain friendship. I also don't want them to fight to the death because of this matter. Fan Zhou laughed loudly. Mo Zhan sneered incessantly in his heart. What kind of friendship did the two old ancestors have? They were just afraid of each other and didn't really want to fight to the death. A silver-white stone flew out. It was only the size of a fist, and as soon as it appeared in the cosmos, it gathered tens of thousands of strands of primal chaos energy. It was full of powerful vitality. Chapter 1137. It really is the absolute beginning life stone. Many people from Fan family cried out in alarm, feeling incomparably moved and overwhelmed with emotions. It was entirely silvery white in color, not all that brilliant, but it became the only one in the universe, drawing everyone's attention. The life force gradually flourished, and the primal chaos aura became strong, turning this place into a primordial land. Excellent! Fan Zhou sighed in admiration. This was a divine stone, one that was comparable to the heaven's mandate rock. It could replace other main materials, an immortal object bestowed by the heavens to refine the most powerful divine liquid. It wasn't that large, but it could swallow stellar streams, making the entire cosmos rise and fall. There were powerful life fluctuations, as if it was breathing like a human. It was rumored that this type of stone was born in the absolute beginning era, rumored to be a product of legends. Even after searching the entire cosmos, there weren't many of them found since ancient times. The fist-sized stone was silvery white in color. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that there were streaks of fine patterns. These were the absolute beginning life patterns, containing the extreme secrets of life. When refining the most powerful evolutionary liquid, some rare ores would sometimes be replaced with other materials, because some main materials with divine nature couldn't be found. For example, this absolute beginning life stone, being able to find it could be considered a type of miracle. Forget about refining it, just holding it in one's bosom and slowly comprehending it would be extremely beneficial. It could allow one to gain enlightenment, understand the profound mysteries of life, use it to prolong one's life. At this moment, Yi Fan was suddenly shocked. He sensed a bit of a familiar aura. The words origin ancient mine appeared in his mind. This strange stone's aura is actually similar to origin ancient mine. He was inwardly shaken. In that instant it was as if he experienced endless time. His eyes crossed over time, as if he could see through the sea of stars, seeing the ancient mine within the life-restricted region. Right, that place, is the absolute beginning life stone. Yi Fan thought back to the scene he saw when he entered the restricted region back then. That night, the divine mine swallowed heaven and earth, stellar streams falling, a few ancient corpses floating. In that instant, he understood a bit of origin ancient mine's mysteries. He shivered inwardly, becoming absent-minded. No matter how powerful origin demon star sees people are, there is no way they can attack origin ancient mine. Yi Fan said to himself. Huh! Fan Zhou roared with laughter. His scarlet hair scattered about, jumping about like flames. His figure was robust and valiant, his entire being bewitching and powerful. Fan Tian, Fan Xian, and the other clansmen were all happy from the bottom of their hearts. With such a powerful divine treasure, refining the most powerful precious liquid was just around the corner. The people of Origin Demon Star Ocean were all grief-stricken. There were many dangers during this journey. They encountered a powerful life form in an ancient lair, and even the sacred ship was almost torn apart. They narrowly escaped with their lives, but the absolute beginning life stone was snatched away halfway. They were dejected and full of unwillingness. Buzz! 5 elements divine light shot out from Fan Zhou's palm and sucked the absolute beginning life stone over. The starry river also fell down, creating a vast expanse of whiteness. The fist-sized divine stone throbbed like a heart, making his life force as vigorous as an ocean in an instant. Fan Zhou put away the absolute beginning life stone and the galaxy disappeared. Everyone came back to their senses from the shock. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. Only such a heaven-defying miraculous creature could refine the most powerful precious liquid. Fan Zhou, I hope you can fulfill your promise, said Imogen. Don't worry, I will keep my word. I won't harm your lives. Our 2 clans have been on good terms since ancient times, so how can I be so ruthless? Fan Zhou was in a good mood. The people of Origin Demon Star Ocean despised him inwardly, but they were all expressionless. They had no choice but to lower their heads under the eaves and could only face each other in silence. Return to Heavenly Hull. Fan Tian ordered. Warships flickering with cold metallic luster returned to their positions and lined up neatly. A starry gate was constructed, and there were many giant meteorites scattered around it. The enormous warships flew in an orderly manner, embarking on their return journey. Heavenly Hull. This was a small planet that originally lacked vitality and water. It was a dead star in name and in reality. However, there were ancient saints who transformed it into a pure land, opening up a small world and planting endless plants, creating a space full of vitality. This was the home of the plunderers, giving all the great powers headaches. They wanted nothing more than to raze it to the ground, but it still stood strong. The enormous fleet of warships returned, entering the sky above the small planet. Looking down from above, a magnificent mountain and river was enshrouded in a screen of light, while the other regions were withered and barren. This is a small world left behind by a great sage who passed away in meditation. It is located on this small planet, and after a bit of time, it will evolve into a star with life, said Fan Xian. Yi Fan was astonished. A small world established by a great sage could evolve into a continent full of vitality, so if an ancient great emperor created a true life star, it definitely wouldn't be a problem. There were all kinds of defenses below, and every important place was engraved with divine patterns. There were also sacred artifact-level magical artifacts between the fortresses, making this small planet seem like an impenetrable fortress. The enormous fleet returned, and after landing on the ground, many people in front of the enormous building cheered. After learning that they had intercepted the absolute beginning life stone, the entire base was in an uproar. The Heaven's Mandate Stone is a wondrous object that belongs to the Heaven's Mandate. Now that I've obtained it, it means that the heavens are standing on our side. The absolute beginning life stone is an auspicious stone formed after the creation of the world. It is engraved with the mysteries of eternal life, and it was also obtained by us. This is enough to explain everything. We need to refine the precious liquid and nurture the universe's most powerful physique. Let its radiance scatter over the eternal kingdom, and create an immortal legend. Fan Zhou and the middle-aged men's voices were full of emotion, inspiring the people. Everyone's hearts were filled with hope and expectation, and they were determined to protect everything. Time. It will only take a few months. The most powerful divine liquid will be produced, because we have an ancient method and an ancient deity's method to refine immortal pills. It can greatly shorten the time needed. This time, there will be rewards based on contributions. Those with outstanding abilities who can bring prosperity to our clan will receive generous rewards. They will be bestowed with the divine liquid. A storm swept through the pure land of heaven. Everyone longed to obtain the most powerful evolutionary liquid. Everyone knew that this type of thing was too precious, and only a few people could obtain it. As for the masses, what they could obtain might only be some diluted medicine. Even so, it was still incomparably precious, and everyone had to fight over a quota. From this day forth, the big shots of the marauders all appeared one after another, asking for a quota for their own heirs. It was because this was related to their future. Dao City was an important city of this continent. Spiritual essence was abundant, and the city's surface was covered densely in saint-level natural law patterns. It had experienced the flames of war many times, yet it still hadn't collapsed. Tall buildings stood in great numbers within the city, rising from the ground one after another. Lights flickered in the night, making this place seem like a city of dreams. In this place where traces of the great Tao appeared and holy artifacts rose and fell, this enormous city that was full of a modern city's atmosphere left Yi Fan absent-minded, as if he was in a dream. It was to the extent where he saw a few buildings that were similar to the ones on Earth. He couldn't help but recall many memories, and his footsteps couldn't help but stop. Hey, who is that youngster? He's walking together with young Miss Fan Xian, and he seems to be quite extraordinary. A drunk cultivator walked over. Yi Fan, Fan Xian, and the baldy entered a building that looked like a bar. This was a place where marauders relaxed, a drunken place after every life and death battle. Fan Xian rarely appeared in this kind of place. A group of drunk men saw her arrival, and they immediately howled like wolves as they surrounded her. Among them were a few young experts with unordinary identities. They were all heirs of the Heavenly Hall's giants. Even though they didn't do much to seize the absolute beginning life stone, they all wanted to obtain the most powerful evolutionary liquid. Young miss, I heard that Uncle Fan Zhou might give this person a great reward this time. Who is he? What right does he have to use the most powerful evolutionary liquid? Someone said while exhaling the smell of alcohol. Fan Xian said, Young miss, I heard that Uncle Fan Zhou might give this person a great reward this time. Who is he? What right does he have to use the most powerful evolutionary liquid? Fan Xian said, he saved me, and that's why I was able to send the news of the absolute beginning life stone to the Heavenly Hall. Moreover, he participated in this expedition and performed outstandingly, so he has the right to enjoy the evolutionary liquid. How many years has it been? The most powerful evolutionary liquid has never been successfully refined, and divine ores are rarely seen. Finally, this precious liquid is going to reappear in this world, so how can we let an outsider share it? Even with the Heaven's Mandate Rock, the absolute beginning life stone, and other rare divine objects, it was impossible to refine many immortal liquids. Rumor has it that no more than 8 people in the younger generation had the right to enjoy it, and people would break their skulls to get it. An outsider brat with no status or background had interfered, which made many people unhappy. If it wasn't for him, we most likely wouldn't have been able to obtain the absolute beginning life stone. While he was fighting, you guys were all here drinking and enjoying yourselves. What right do you have to criticize him? Fan Xian sneered. She had a tall and slender figure, and under her purple short skirt, a pair of snow-white slender legs flickered with a white luster. In the dusky hall, she appeared especially alluring. Her long red hair was bright and shiny, and her charming face was tender and moving. Her big eyes were intelligent, and she was like a queen of the night that had descended. At this moment, the corner of her mouth carried a wisp of mockery. Her pure white arms spread out, and her slender waist slightly twisted. Her belly button revealed a small patch of snow-white skin as she sat on a high chair with her long legs crossed. There was a different kind of charm to her. Not far away, a group of cultivators walked over and pushed aside a group of drunkards to make way for them. I heard that little sister Fan almost encountered danger. Fortunately, she returned safely. The person in the lead was a young man wearing a silver-white metal armor. His body flowed with a star-like brilliance, and he was surrounded by a group of people. It's nothing, just a small battle, Fan Xian said. Her eyes flickered, and she was like a fire immortal blossoming on a moonlit night. Her appearance was peerless. This is Chao Qing, a young master of a great power in the Eternal Kingdom. In order to pursue the young miss, he willingly came here to become a first-rank guest elder. He can mobilize a lot of manpower and money, and this time, he provided the Brahmin race with a supplementary material to refine the precious liquid, the Baldi said in a low voice, secretly introducing him to Yi Fan. Today, it could be said that no discord, no concord. Chao Qing looked very young, and his aura was extraordinary. His cultivation was profound, and he had a head of long silver hair. He was handsome and callous, and for ordinary women, he was extremely attractive. That's good. This time, I brought a supplementary material from my race. Even though it isn't a rare divine material, the Brahmin race might have some use for it. Chao Qing didn't look at anyone else. He only had eyes for Fan Xian, completely ignoring Yi Fan, the Baldi, and the others. His callous face was full of confidence. Oh. Fan Xian was surprised. I'll take you to see it, Chao Qing said. All right. Fan Xian's smile could topple cities. She uncrossed her beautiful white legs and left with him. She told the Baldi that he would accompany Yi Fan to familiarize himself with this great city. Under the dim light, a group of people had unkind expressions as they stared at Yi Fan. However, because of Fan Xian's words just now, no one dared to provoke or find fault with him. Pang! Suddenly, the giant door of the building collapsed. It was 10 zhang tall and made of mixed divine metal, but it was broken by a single stomp. Each piece was as tall as a person and half a meter thick, and they all flew towards Yi Fan. A lowly outsider brat wants to seize a spot? Scram back to where you came from. A tall figure flew in through the air. His black hair scattered behind him, and his eyes were silver gray. He was extremely callous, and he looked down from above as his foot stepped towards Yi Fan's skull. Chapter 1138. The one who arrived was 2 heads taller than an ordinary person. His figure was imposing, and he had a pair of silver eyes that were chilly and callous. He flew through the air, and with a single step, he stepped towards Yi Fan's head. His imposing manner was like a rainbow, making many people's expressions change. They couldn't help but back up. Xian Mo, what are you doing? The Baldi shouted loudly. Even though he had clashed with Yi Fan before, they had already reconciled, so he didn't just watch from the sidelines. How am I, Xian Mo, doing things is not something you can question. Get lost. The corners of Xian Mo's mouth were sinister. The instant his foot stepped towards Yi Fan's skull, he also reached out a large hand to slap towards the Baldi's mouth. His aura was extremely domineering. His body was tall and sturdy, not placing anyone in his eyes. Life and death were all decided by a single thought. You. The Baldi's expression changed. He was deeply aware of how terrifying the silver-eyed male was. He was far from being the other party's opponent. Strong winds blew over, making his entire face feel as if it was scraped by blades. In that instant, he was almost slapped flying outwards. The silver-eyed tall male had a sinister smile on his face. He leapt into the air and attacked the 2 of them at the same time. Yi Fan was indifferent. He watched as that large foot trampled towards him. With a ping sound, he reached out his right hand, and with lightning speed, he grabbed that foot and stopped it in midair. The silver-eyed male's hand was originally about to slap the Baldi's face, but it was forcibly stopped. His body was pulled back, and a look of pain appeared on his face. His right foot was in extreme pain, as if someone was gouging out his bone marrow with an iron blade. He couldn't take half a step forward, and even his cultivation was restricted. Outsider brat, you. His expression was sinister. He released a great roar, and then the entire building rumbled and trembled violently. Yi Fan's face was expressionless. He grabbed his right foot, and then forcefully swung it, fiercely smashing it into the ground. An enormous figure was smashed into the ground within an expanse of smoke and dust. The diamond stone floor was originally harder than fine iron, but right now, there were cracks everywhere. This was especially the case when a human figure appeared at the center. Yi Fan directly smashed him into the ground. Ah! Angry roars, wrath, and berserk erupted from underground at the same time. Yi Fan stood at the edge of the human-shaped pit and looked down. His expression was cold and indifferent, without any emotions. The silver-eyed man, Xian Mo, shook with all his might. This piece of diamond rock collapsed. He was prepared to rush up, but as soon as he stuck his head out, what awaited him was a huge foot. Bang! Yi Fan stomped down and landed on his face, leaving behind a shoe print. His mouth and nose were sealed, and the howling stopped. Xian Mo was furious. A large foot covered his face just like that, like a dark cloud, causing his nose to spurt blood and his teeth to fall out. He wanted to scream, but the sole of the foot sealed his voice. He had wanted to stomp on the top of Yi Fan's head and crush him to the ground, but now it was the other way around. Yi Fan's foot was on his face. Xian Mo's hair stood up in anger. His mouth and nose were sealed, and his face was in intense pain. Snot and tears flowed down. He was stomped back into the human-shaped pit by Yi Fan's foot. The people at the side were all stunned. Xian Mo was tyrannical during the day. He was very famous in the pure lands of heaven, and there weren't many in the younger generation who dared to provoke him. But now, he was captured by someone with a raise of his hand, and a large foot was fiercely smashing into his face. This was strange news, and the group of people were all stunned. This is Xian Mo. He severed his Dao a month ago. The person who can suppress him like this must at least be someone who stands on the second small step of the Dao's severing realm, right? Someone said softly. A trace of reverence suddenly arose for Yi Fan. Originally, the people here didn't take him seriously, but now they were very afraid. Brat! Xian Mo shouted as he climbed out of the pit. His expression was fierce, and he wanted to rush up. His face was full of killing intent and coldness. Yi Fan still didn't say a word. He stood at the edge of the pit and only raised a foot. He didn't step on anything else, and only stepped towards his face. Xian Mo's face was full of blood, and his forehead seemed to have been stamped with a large stamp. He directly fell down with his head raised, and the word brat was choked back. This became a vicious cycle. As soon as the silver-eyed man's head popped out, Yi Fan directly stomped down, causing his face to blossom. He fell into the human-shaped pit, and there was no chance for him to come out. Yi Fan didn't deal a fatal blow, and he was giving him a taste of his own medicine. He didn't touch anything else, and just stepped on his head so that he couldn't crawl back up. For a youngster who had a place in the pure lands of heaven and was ranked in the top 8, to be treated like this was naturally a great humiliation. His silver eyes were bloodshot, and they became bloodshot. Xian Mo severed his Dao and was ranked in the top 8, but he couldn't do anything. This person called Yi Fan is really powerful. Even Xian Mo can't do anything. Many people whispered, and the drunk people also sobered up. When they thought of their impudence not long ago, they broke out in a cold sweat. So this person was actually so terrifying. Brother Yi, that's enough. The bald man came forward and said in a low voice, reminding Yi Fan that the young experts in heaven all had some background. There was no need to talk about Chao Qing, who had left. His strength was outstanding, and wherever he went, he was like the moon surrounded by stars. He was the center of attention, and Xian Mo also had a large group of subordinates. At this moment, the silver-eyed man had long since lost a trace of strength. He was lying in the human-shaped pit, and the bones in his face were broken beyond recognition. His forehead was even more so broken into more than 30 pieces, and the skin on his face was twitching in pain. Yi Fan finally spoke. He stood at the edge of the pit and looked down. I don't like to cause trouble, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of it. I have no grievances with you in the past, but you came up and humiliated me, stepping on my skull. If you don't come over and apologize to me, don't even think about leaving today. Everyone revealed strange expressions. This person really wasn't someone to be trifled with. He trampled on the person until he became stupid. He was at the bottom of the pit and didn't even know how to climb up. It wasn't over yet. Xianmo, why aren't you coming over and apologizing? The bald man shouted. The silver-eyed man seemed to have recovered a bit. A vicious glint gradually appeared in his eyes, and then he suddenly roared angrily, "Who do you think you are? You dare speak to me like this? That outsider brat, I'm not finished with him." Then, he struggled to stand up and reached out a hand to slap the bald man's face. He was bossy, and it was as if he didn't place the bald man in his eyes at all. Yifan took a step forward and directly slapped down. Golden blood energy flowed, and like a great millstone, it slapped him over. All of the bones in his body were broken into 700 to 800 pieces. Ah! Xianmo cried out loudly. This time, the expression in his eyes became completely unfocused, and his consciousness became unclear. He cried and threw a tantrum. In the end, someone supported him up. His speech was unclear, and in a daze, he apologized to Yifan. Only then did the disturbance pass. Afterwards, many people heard his angry roar. He had lost all of his face. He was stepped on until he became stupid for more than 2 hours, becoming a complete laughingstock. Hong! In the distance, a sacred mountain shrouded in spiritual essence. It turned into millions and millions of strands of multicolored light that rushed into the heavens. Everyone was shaken. The great sage's ancient furnace was opened, and it was currently refining the most powerful evolutionary liquid. A tremendous opportunity was waiting for a few people. During this half-month, it was unknown just how many people were anxiously waiting, hoping for the immortal liquid to be formed. They hoped that they could make a great breakthrough and awaken the most powerful blood. Yifan calmly waited. During this period of time, no one came looking for trouble. Stepping on Xianmo was already enough, making others feel restraining fear, not daring to provoke him. Medicine Refinement Mountain was located several dozen li outside of Dao City. Multicolored light shone in all directions during the day. All types of spiritual essence flowed about, making the ancient trees and grass that covered the mountains and plains flourish several dozen times. Every day, the ancient furnace on the sacred mountain would rumble. It would be surrounded by millions and millions of strands of immortal light. This was an ancient method to refine evolutionary liquid, increasing the speed by many times. It was rumored that this was an ancient method of refining immortal pills. It was obtained by several great powers in Eternal Kingdom, and when used to refine evolutionary liquid, it also had great benefits. Hong! 2 months later, Medicine Refinement Mountain trembled greatly. The sacred furnace rose and fell, releasing light that was even more dazzling than the sun. A corner of the furnace lid was lifted with a quang-dang sound. In that instant, the entire mountain was surrounded by immortal energy, creating a hazy expanse. A wave of faint fragrance wafted out, rising gracefully. Not even the barrier of light could stop it. Success! So fast, it really is a miracle. The foot of the mountain was packed with people. Everyone was looking forward to it, their hearts stirred to the extreme. They stared rigidly at the mountain. Quang! Unfortunately, after a loud tremble, the furnace lid closed again, closing tightly. The immortal energy that rose in spirals disappeared. Everyone couldn't help but feel disappointed, but they didn't leave. Everyone knew that the day wasn't far off. The most powerful evolutionary liquid was about to be successfully refined. In the following month, the sacred mountain was completely covered in mist. It swallowed multicolored light and released brilliance. All types of irregular scenes appeared. Within the immortal clouds, a sacred furnace rose and fell. There were all types of flowers, birds, fish, bugs, birds, and beasts engraved on its surface. It guided the underground dragon vein flames into the bottom of the furnace. Streak after streak of strange Dao patterns continuously flickered on the bronze furnace. In the end, several true dragons broke through the bronze walls and flew out. Several Qilins also struggled free, surrounding the furnace and spitting out heavenly flames, refining the ancient divine furnace together. Immortal mists drifted about. It's about to succeed. The furnace might be opened soon. From that day forth, a sea of people gathered at the foot of Medicine Refinement Mountain. They all raised their heads to watch, quietly waiting for the furnace to open. The immortal liquid was about to appear. A clear and cold cry sounded. Several fiery red divine birds appeared, dancing around the sacred furnace and spitting out streak after streak of scarlet flames to refine this furnace. Auho! Less than 5 days later, 3 white tigers jumped out from the bronze furnace. They surrounded the furnace and roared, spitting out strand after strand of white tiger true flame, making the ancient furnace even more sparkling and translucent. One could even see the heaven's mandate rock and absolute beginning life stone changing inside, smelting together. A bit of liquid was produced between the cracks of the rocks, slowly flowing out. It really is about to succeed. Heaven and earth irregular scenes are appearing, true dragons, flame phoenixes, white tigers, Qilins, and all types of auspicious beasts are appearing. The heaven-bestowed immortal liquid is about to be refined successfully. Forget about the youngsters, even a few calm giants couldn't sit still. They personally arrived at the scene, excitedly waiting. Hong! In the end, a human-shaped multicolored head appeared through the bronze furnace wall. A silvery white little person carried the absolute beginning energy, containing the heaven's mandate divine light. It spat out the old and took in the new, refining the ancient furnace together. Everyone widened their eyes, staring at that place without blinking. The entire great sage furnace was like a 9-colored divine glass, bright and glistening, almost transparent. 10 million streaks of multicolored light shot out, the scene inside visible. The heaven's mandate rock, meteorite withered vine heart, absolute beginning life stone, and other main materials were smelted together. Between those pores, a mysterious liquid gushed out, dripping out. Quang Dang! Half a month later, a cold and drawn-out metallic sound rang through the air. The bronze furnace lid flew up, and the true dragon, flame phoenix, white tiger, Qilin, and the silvery white little person all disappeared into the furnace. At the same time, immortal energy flowed out like water, a sweet fragrance wafting in all directions. The base of Medicine Refinement Mountain was boiling. The ancient furnace on the mountain seemed to have a life of its own, taking in and spitting out the essence of heaven and earth, as if it was breathing. The most powerful immortal liquid contained within was trembling. Success, the most powerful evolutionary liquid has been completed. I can finally break through. After obtaining its baptism, my bloodline will be revived, and my constitution will become unprecedentedly powerful. Everyone was shouting, each and every one of them was excited to the point of no return. Worthy of being the ancient method of refining immortal pills used by the ancient deities. The precious liquid was extracted in such a short amount of time, and the fragrance filled the air, making the medicinal effects much stronger. Fan Zhou came, like a heavenly wolf. His eyes flickered with demonic radiance as he swept his eyes over everyone, secretly warning them. Fan Xian was also here, her white and tender body slender and elegant. Her eyes were moving about, and her heart was full of expectation. Chao Qing stood not too far away, his silver hair falling down like a waterfall. His cold face also revealed ripples as he was surrounded by a group of experts from his family. Yi Fan's heart was not calm either. He was looking forward to obtaining the most powerful evolutionary liquid. What realm would he be able to break through to? Would he be able to become a saint?